The Trinity County Planning Commission. At this time, I'm going to open up to public comment. During the public comment, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any matter not listed on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Please state your name.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners and staff. John Brower from Junction City. I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring this up or not, but it's pertinent to the structure of the meeting tonight. I'm hopeful that you can run it as more of a workshop instead of only allowing for 3 minutes total comment for all the items. It seems like it would be more in keeping with a workshop setting to have public comment on each of the questions that are before you tonight separately. It's a very multi-layered, complex subject that we're diving into tonight, and it seems like each of the questions deserves its own comment period. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And if you'll all excuse me, I did forget one important thing that I committed to doing. So if you guys will join me, we're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, is there any other comment?
Thank you. Good evening. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I just wanted to comment on the upcoming retail ordinance. I know it's still a little ways out, but I just wanted to get some concepts out there and kind of what I would like to see out of it. And we'll be coming back when the ordinance hits the ground. I think it's important to consider that we're by any definition a rural producing county region, not so much an urban high-density consumer region, and a lot of the ordinances that have been drafted for retail throughout California are in these urban areas, and so they employ a lot of land use practices that fit those regions, like separation of retail licenses by 1,000 feet or whatever, a lot of different things like that, or they create green zones, which is a really unfortunate one because then the parcels in those zones the price kind of goes through the roof, and they drive out anybody who would be local who would be able to operate there. I think it's important to more look at retail as a showcase for our local small farms and tailor an ordinance that would allow a situation more like a Napa Valley. I know it's kind of cliche, we say that all the time, but it's true. That would become a destination because a single retail in Trinity County won't be able to have the gravity to draw tourism. It won't have the gravity to draw even necessarily people from the I-5 corridor where there's very little retail. But instead, if there were some number of them, like wine tasting rooms up the Highway 12 in Napa County, and some places in Sonoma similar, they become their own draw. They become their own tourist attraction. And the ancillary business that's built around those is really what supports those counties. Like Napa County's gross revenue from wine is generated about 50% through tourism, and the other 50% is to the actual sale of their products. So if we're looking to capitalize on this industry, and I hope we are, and we're looking to have a successful retail ordinance, I don't think it would be giving it a fair crack if there's a cap, some sort of like a pilot project or something that limits retail to 1 or 3 or something like that, because that wouldn't suffice to become a destination, and it would not be able to draw the people in that we would like to have come here and visit and take care of, do all sorts of other activities while they're here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else that has some new business that would like to talk about? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, if there's no further comments, we're going to move on to the regular calendar. And the first item on the agenda is general plan consistency determination for easement agreement, underground broadband infrastructure in and around Cooper Bar Estates, Junction City. Purpose of this agenda item is for the Planning Commission to make recommendation to the Board of Supervisors regarding a general plan consistency determination of Vero Fiber Network's purchase of an easement from Trinity County for the purposes of installing underground broadband utilities from Highway 299 to Chinrico Road through one private parcel, APN number 009-510-44-00. Owner Trinity County, address 191 Lime Point Road, Junction City. I believe there's a memorandum to this one.
Yes, Chair, there is. I could speak to that if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, David, thank you, Chair. Commissioners, good evening. Thank you for this special meeting. I do appreciate it. Another meeting within a month can be somewhat of a burden, so thank you for the chance to be here tonight. My name is David Colbeck. I'm the Interim Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation, and that specifically for this item, and then for this second item on the agenda tonight, I'm an advisor to the Cannabis Division until a new director has been hired. To this item 1, yes, we were requesting some more time and extension so that we can DOT can coordinate more closely with the planning department to bring this item back to you. But I'm happy to speak to it briefly if you wish now. But other than that, we're requesting an extension.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Colbeck. I don't think we're going to have you speak to it tonight. I will go ahead and open it to public hearing and take any comment, if there's any comment on this item. Any comment on Zoom?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close this and move that we continue this item 1 agenda to March 10th, 2022 at the regular meeting.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is passed. Item is moved to March 10th. Okay, item 2 is what we're all here for. It's the Planning Commission zoning workshop on cannabis opt-out regulations. Trinity County Community Development Service Cannabis Division is who our presenter will be. The report will be given by Mr. Colbeck, Interim Deputy Director, Environmental Compliance Specialist to Department of Transportation. It's a county-wide discussion. General plan designation is various. You can see the points below. Zoning in districts is various. Site characteristics are not applicable. Purpose of the workshop. The purpose of this workshop is to explore process, criteria, and additional direction for establishment and/or continued regulation of cannabis uses in identified geographic areas of the county, referred to as opt-out areas. The direction provided by the Planning Commission will be considered by the Board of Supervisors in establishing criteria for opt-out provisions in the county's commercial cannabis regulations. These criteria will be used to evaluate existing temporary and new opt-out areas and may be used to evaluate and establish permanent opt-out areas. For this discussion tonight, I am going to lean on Mr. Colbeck quite a bit to facilitate and to run this discussion. It is a workshop, and in light of the workshop, I know everybody wants to have a say, but the reality is we have a lot of folks here with a lot of different opt-out areas, and what I would suggest and recommend is if some of you that have the same concerns, the same opt-out areas, if you're in your same area, try to get a spokesman to speak for you so everybody has a chance to kind of hear their area's concerns. We will never get through everybody here tonight if everybody speaks. That being said, we'll go as long as the commission feels the muscle to go tonight. I kind of think 10 p.m. is going to be where we're going to draw it, so just keep that in mind as we're going through our discussions. And with that, I think I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Colbeck and to open up the discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that introduction, absolutely. So first, I wanted to say again, thank you for the opportunity at a special meeting, and especially for a subject matter like this, which obviously has quite a bit of interest and draw to not only the communities that are directly impacted in the staff report or directly mentioned in the staff report, but also all the other opt-out areas that were codified in the initial cannabis ordinances in 2016 and further in 2017. To that end, though, well, let me back up. I would like to actually start with the idea of an introduction of Heidi Chuden, who is next to me. Ms. Chuden is a well-known, in the planning world, she is a well-known and very experienced individual who brings a lot to our ability to address our ordinance and to do so with a mind to proper planning law. Something that I believe we have talked about for many years, and so we're very excited to have her on board, to have her on our team, to be able to advance a number of interests for ordinance amendments going forward. The issue here tonight, of course, is one of opt-outs, but there are many others that are in the pipeline. As one public commenter had mentioned, retail ordinance being one of those, and there are several others. So we're very proud to have her on our team to help facilitate and advance those ideas. That also being said, she will be taking, will be helping usher us through this issue tonight. She will have a strong role both in terms of presentation of the discussion in PowerPoint and otherwise, and I will be, of course, leaning on Council Sean Cameron to help navigate some of the issues as they arise. I do want to highlight, in terms of an introduction, the number of public comments that we received for this agenda item. I believe there's 68 pages of public comment, not total letters, but 68 pages in the first memo that were received and presented to the commissioners, as well as a second memo that included some others. Apologies to the public or anyone who has submitted a comment letter. We have attempted through planning staff to include those to the degree possible. If there are any that are not in that, please do not take that personally. It is one of needing to get this packet put together in a timely fashion. The quality of the comments was impressive. There was quite a bit to be said, and as Chair Sharp has mentioned, touching on a number of different issues across the entire county, not just to the specifics of what is highlighted in the staff report. We value as staff, we value those public comments because it enables us to improve our staff reports moving forward should this item be continued, either in this workshop format or as a resolution to the Planning Commission in the future. So please stay involved, keep those comments coming, and we will incorporate them to the degree that we're able to. I will say that should there be any errors or omissions in our staff report, it is one of staff's concern. We have hired Ms. Chuden only very recently, and she has come up to speed with an impressive alacrity. But that we were providing her quite a bit of information for a very complicated landscape for the development of our ordinances over time. So bear that in mind, that any errors or omissions are on principally my part as staff member. I do want to highlight a few comments that were received, well, maybe not specifically, but I will say that I heard through some conversations that there's an idea in the community that there's an intent of this workshop to remove opt-outs. And that is in no way the purpose or intent of what we're trying to do here in presenting this to you as staff. We are trying to provide the chance for public comment, for the commissioners to discuss and debate what opt-outs look like, both now and into the future. And I can leave that to Ms. Chuden to describe more fully, but I just want to iterate that if there is discussion in communities in general at large, that our intent is to do away with that. I just want to call that out. That is not our intent. That is not what we're choosing to do. And I'm hopeful that any public comments that are received by the Commission tonight are not in that light, because that is a misnomer. I will just leave it at that. So again, I think, Chair Sharp, that you had presented the intent of this very well as what you have just read, so I won't reiterate that, but I will leave it to Ms. Chuden to expand. So with that, I would like to pass it on, unless there's any other specific questions of me at the moment.
Do you have any questions for staff or commissioners? Go ahead, Ms. Trudy.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me? Is everyone? Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and commissioners and staff and everybody that's in the audience. My name is Heidi Chuden. I'm a consulting land use planner, which means I do the same thing that these folks do, but I do it on the private sector side. I have over 40 years of experience as a land use planner, and I work all over the state on all different types of topics. I am nationally certified to practice in my field, and I've held positions at every level of planning from counter tech all the way up to director. I do focus on local government issues, and I work exclusively for the public sector. So what that means is I don't represent developers, I don't represent people who are looking for permits. I strictly represent cities, counties, public sector clients, and I'm under contract to the county, to Trinity County, to assist you with modifying portions of your commercial cannabis regulations. So I do thank you very much for having me here this evening, and I really appreciate the opportunity. If we could put the slideshow up, that would be great. Can I do it?
No, she's going to do it. I was just going to ask you to make sure you stay focused to your microphone so that they'll be able to hear you more efficiently out in the lobby.
Okay,
Thank you.
If I start to waver, just give me the look. I'm just going to wait 1 second for that to come up, and you can go ahead and advance to slide 2 if that's okay. Excellent, thank you. So overall, the goal today is to receive direction from your commission on how to best structure some standardized criteria for cannabis regulation in specific sensitive geographic areas of the county. And I'll be working with county staff to take the direction that you give us and turn it into regulatory language that would be used to amend your county code. And to a point that David made, it does sound like some of our background material needed some work, and I did want to thank you for pointing out some of the errors and corrections out to us. I will be working with the staff to make sure that those corrections are carried forward in future documents, so we do appreciate that very much. It's always challenging to quickly come up to speed regarding the regulations and the culture and the concerns of new areas that I work in, and I do appreciate your understanding. I won't know everything there is to know about cannabis regulation in Trinity County, but I am very grateful to your staff for helping me out on that. And importantly, I do think that I can help with working through the questions that we're posing today and drawing out the interests of the commission so that we can turn that into material that the board can look at and potentially turn into, if not policy regulation, or maybe both. So that's really the focus today. Excuse me, next slide, please. There we go. So what I was hoping, if it's okay, is I'd like to get through some of the introductory and overview portion of my presentation if possible. I'll skip the slides that are specific to the discussion points, because my understanding is that there's an interest in going through those one at a time and allowing for public comment. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, so I will jump around a little because I had originally set up the slides a little bit differently, but I will make sure that it happens the way that you would like it to happen. There are 7 specific discussion items that we've outlined for the commission in the staff report. And as I mentioned, I'll just cover some of the introductory stuff and then we'll go to those. Also, at the end of our workshop today, whether we get through all the material or not, if it's possible, it's sometimes useful to allow us a few minutes to kind of summarize what we've heard, so it's like also a starting point for the next workshop if we have to do a continuance. So I'd like the opportunity to do that if that's possible. I'll be taking notes as we go. And then I also understand that there may be some interest in changing the order of the discussion from what we have in the staff report, and that's perfectly fine. I'll defer to the prerogative of the chair on that. When we get to that point, you can just let me know. Next slide, please. So very quickly, by way of background, the county code regulates cannabis through a combination of buffers, setbacks, zone district regulations, and other what I would call location-based exclusions for specific districts and identified areas and communities. And you refer to those here as opt-out areas. And there was a table that was in the staff report. It was Table 1 in Attachment B, which I urge everybody to take a look at, if not now, later when you have a chance. What we were trying to do there is to aggregate and summarize those regulations. And if we find things that we need to add to that, to use it as a working tool as we go, that's really easy for me to do. But I needed to help me understand your regulations. I needed to try to get it all into a big picture so I could kind of see how the pieces fit together. So that was the intent of that table. The county does not currently have formal policies, standards, or criteria for consideration of new, modified, or expanded opt-out areas. So in general, my understanding is that these have been considered kind of on a case-by-case basis. And through the workshop this evening, what we'll be asking the commission to do is to provide direction on a series of those discussion items, which we think cover the gamut. I read through every one of the comment letters that I saw, including some that I was reading. We're driving here in the car today, and I think that most of the items, if not all of the items that I saw, will fit within the categories that we've identified. And if they don't, we'll make a new category. So I want everybody to feel like they're going to be heard. Anyway, the idea is to ask the commission to provide direction on a series of these discussion items that will allow us to get to a point where we can create more consistent and a comprehensive approach for opt-outs. So that's the goal. Next slide. So this slide, again, is just background. This is a summary of the license status by category here in the county. It shows also the county's identified priority for processing licenses, both new and renewal. And in preparing for this, for example, I reviewed your transition plan and many other documents that are important to understanding this issue here in Trinity County, and so that's where some of this information came from. And I understand that these numbers also reflect both cultivation, other license, and other license types. So the total shown here is about, based on these approximations, it's about 550 licenses total.
And I will interrupt there if I could. I was the one that put those numbers together, and please focus, before I do get called out on this specific slide, I recognize that we have a cap currently at 530 licenses. Those plus and minuses, please very much take those to heart. As I've reported out several times in front of the board and in other locations, we are currently in the process of a file audit that will help us narrow down exactly what numbers that we have. Please feel free to look back at those discussions or presentations. But again, I am very aware that 530 is our cap. These numbers were coming from some previous discussions related to the transition plan.
Thank you for that, Dan. You can go ahead, next slide, please. So also by way of background, this is kind of a snapshot of the license process. It outlines at a really high level the steps that are involved. So first, processing must comply with the requirements of the settlement agreement, and it must also be conducted in accordance with the approved transition plan. Each site has to go through a CEQA review and achieve a CEQA clearance. And applicants must commit to mitigation requirements and implementation of those mitigation requirements. And at that point, the county may issue a consistency determination with the appropriate public notice. And then following the conclusion of an appeal period, the county would issue the license. Next slide. So I mentioned the 7 workshop topical items or discussion items. These are the 7 topics that we've identified for discussion today that are related to, again, establishing standard criteria for regulation of cannabis within specific areas within the county. And pretty much the remainder of the slides that I have cover 1 or 2 at a time each of these items, and they each include discussion items for the commission that are identified in the staff report for each item. As I mentioned though, what I'd like to do right now before we get into those is I'd actually like to jump to my last slide, which would be slide number 16. And I'm just going to describe what the next steps will be, kind of at the end of the workshop. And then with the commission's concurrence and the concurrence of the chair, we can begin going through the topics in order, and we'll go back to wherever you would like me to start, and then we'll go to that point, if that's okay. So real quick quick. This was the wrap-up slide. So this is like the last slide of the day, but I wanted you to kind of understand where this was headed. So I mentioned that we would summarize the input from the Planning Commission. And if we need to, my understanding is with the concurrence of the director that the March 10th meeting is available to continue the workshop. So that would be the next place to go if we need more time. And then in terms of next steps, one of the first things that I've been asked to focus on is the Rush Creek Estates Urgency Ordinance to make sure that that is brought forward through the necessary steps to become permanent as a part of your county code. So that would be the first focus. And then the Lewiston Expansion Area Urgency Ordinance also needs to either be extended or amended into the county code as a permanent feature. And then finally, that third indented bullet there, the general criteria for opt-out. So that's really what's going to come out of the meeting today. And those would become either policy or be amended into the county code or possibly a little bit of both. And for that Rush Creek Estates sort of number one priority item, right now I've been told to target the April 14th Planning Commission for that, and then the May 17th Board of Supervisors for that. So that's what I'm working toward on that item.
And that was for Rush Creek?
For Rush Creek, yes. And depending on how the work on some of these other items that are noted here, how that goes, we may be able to add in some more of those items at the same time and bring them up in parallel, but for sure Rush Creek. So with that, if the board, if the commission is comfortable, I'd like to go back to slide, well, actually, let me ask. So slide 8 would be what I had called discussion item number 1, which is the area-specific considerations. But I believe my understanding was you might want to start with variances, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so give me 1 second here. If we could go to slide 14, so back 2, I think. Just get the water. So keeping in mind that the goal here is for us, for me in particular, to listen to all of you talk to me, my brief review of these is going to be pretty brief. I'm going to just walk you through real quickly a couple things about variances. What this slide and the other slides that we'll be using tonight do is it just kind of gives you some like bullet points about the item, and the discussion questions that we had identified that we felt would be helpful are listed on the bottom of the slide. And by all means, if you're not comfortable with these questions and you want to rephrase them or answer a different question or talk about a different item, that's absolutely okay. The idea was just to help keep the discussion going and to kind of draw out the important material.
Sure.
Did you want to?
Well, I was just wondering, before we get into discussion of the different topics, were we going to have a chance to ask some clarifying questions about the staff report?
We will.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Would you like to do that now?
Well, I'm going to let you conclude and then I'll...
I'm basically ready to start on the specific items, so this would be a good time to do that if that works for you.
So just so we're clear, we're going to start with item 6 on your bullets.
Okay.
Before we start there, does the commission have any questions for staff?
I did. I was just trying to get a picture of how many grandfathered, potentially grandfathered licenses we were talking about in both the original opt-out areas from 2017. Are there 50, are there 10, are there 5? I mean, how many were in, how many were originally grandfathered and how many are, let's see, how many were still licensed in September, October when the settlement occurred? Just the big picture of how many valid licenses were there in the original opt-out areas and how many are in the Rush Creek and Lewiston expansion opt-out areas. I'm just trying to figure out, in terms of developing these criteria for not the new proposed opt-out areas, but for the current opt-out areas, how many people are affected? How many licensors are affected? Is it just a few? Is it a bunch? What's that picture?
And that's a fair question. If you don't mind, Commissioner, I will step in to answer that one as best I can. In order to do so, I have to highlight that that, of course, is a complicated answer, as it always is with cannabis, and especially as we are in a new paradigm after the court order that came down, as you had noted. Functionally, we do not have any licenses, other than a few that have standing certified secret documents. This touches on a question of where we are in our environmental review for all licenses. So I can answer in several ways, but the briefest and simplest way to do it, apologies, is that for Rush Creek, there is principally one license that is of note. There was another one that I had made note of, and let me back up. You'll notice in the map that is provided in the staff report, kind of went a little bit beyond what is truly what we would consider a likely active license at this point. I did that because it was including some historical or some past properties that were licensed previously. It doesn't highlight for you really those that we consider to be active now. So to paint a little bit more of an accurate picture, I would say that in Rush Creek, I would say that there is one. And I believe in the Lewiston expansion area, there were two that were in discussion, I believe, when that item was brought to the board, but I could say that there may be 3 or 4 in the expansion area, or the extension. And then in the original opt-out that I believe was codified in 2017, it would be more in the ballpark of 10. However, that is very variable because we as a department are waiting for individuals to produce and supply us with those Appendix C environmental checklists that will help us really identify that these are individuals that are interested in moving forward. So those are very rough numbers. If it is the wish of the commission for this item to be continued, I can try to clarify that even further if you wish. But that, again, I believe that answers your question in a general way.
So so you're saying the original grandfathered in the 2017 version of the ordinance was 10, and now there's how many, roughly?
I would say in the original, I would have to look back at these numbers because I did not cross-check the APNs with the checklist that we have received with those specific locations. I did not come prepared for that level of
Okay,
detail.
I'm just trying to get an idea of, are we talking
So I'd
about
say
2 or 10, or how
perhaps-
many are we talking about here?
Perhaps, I'm going to say 2 in the original Lewiston opt-out. I will say, I think 3 with one that just came in today, or it was uploaded into our system today in the expansion area. And then I believe the one in Rush Creek did not submit yet.
I don't mean to interrupt, just for clarification, though, when you're speaking of numbers here, you're actually speaking to people that have reapplied for a license currently, correct?
Yeah, and there again, it's something of a gray area. We have a twofold process. One is of submitting a renewal for a license that was pre-existing, for example, that had received an extension letter under the urgency ordinance of December 7th, 2020. So there's that group that I'm speaking to in one process, and the second process is the environmental review of submitting an Appendix C to us. In my opinion, those are the more concrete numbers, those that submit an Appendix C, because it is showing that they are preparing themselves to be compliant with the EIR. So again, a bit of a confusing answer, but can I clarify that anymore?
No, I'm clear on it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do we have any other questions for staff in regards to where we are so far?
So just to clarify, David.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify with Appendix C, you've got 15, you believe, that are reapplied, have the extension letter, and generally moving forward in the right way? Is that about the right number?
Okay, to clarify there, and I apologize if I was confusing. Again, I did not prepare those specific numbers.
No problem.
No, overall in all of these opt-outs, I believe it's closer to 5 total
Okay.
that are involved with the discussions tonight.
Okay, thank you.
5 in the expansion areas or 5 in the total opt-out areas?
In the total opt-out areas.
Including the original ones in the 2017 or whatever 5-year ago ordinance?
Correct. To the best of my knowledge right now, I'll land on 5, and please forgive me if that is off.
And for clarity, that's just for the 3 opt-out zones addressed today, not the South County or the ones in the North County.
All those other exclusion areas or opt-outs that are written into the ordinance in section or chapter 17.43050, limitations on locations for cannabis cultivation. No, I'm not referencing all those other areas, only specifically those highlighted here. And if I could take a moment, Commission, is just again highlight that in our staff report, we selected those areas that are related to urgency ordinance for opt-outs. Rush Creek, which is a special case because it's the first urgency ordinance, and then the Lewiston extension. Generally speaking, those are special cases that we're focusing on because of the timeliness of the renewal.
But the reason I was asking for the total number, including the original opt-out areas, is because potentially you would, like Heidi said, you would have some consistency between these, criteria that you might adopt for the urgency ordinance opt-out areas. That might be applied to the original opt-out areas, correct?
Yes, and it could be applied to all of the opt-out areas. That is true, and that is what Mrs. Jugan had mentioned, is that the discussion here today about what an opt-out is and what it looks like, what comes out of it will help us know how to deal with those questions in the future. That is why it's of importance to staff to be able to work through these types of issues with the commission and then the supervisors.
So I think at some point it would be helpful to the commission just to have a better number of how many there are if you add the urgency ordinance opt-out areas to the original grandfathered licenses in the original ordinance. How many are we totally dealing with, because you might be consistent across all those?
That's true, and I will just say, and again, this is a bit off the cuff or the top of my head, but with respect to the Ruth Lake area and those lease lots that is part of that chapter I just cited, I don't believe there are any. With respect to the Coffee Creek Fire District, I believe there may be 2, I believe. And then with respect to the Weaverville CSD Water District, I don't believe there are any. Of course, in that, and there was a recent issue, I believe brought to you in the last Planning Commission in relation to some of those boundaries. I may be wrong, there may be a few here and there. Also bear in mind that I believe the Hayfork District was originally included, and then that was removed from consideration as an opt-out area. So there is that consideration as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So, to move forward, you're considering they have to have Appendix C on file to move forward and to kind of be considered that they're doing their due process to get their licensing. What about the people who wanted to amend their Appendix C and were told to wait to file it, so they're basically out of compliance because of advice they were given from within the county?
I'm not certain of what you're referring to there specifically. I will highlight something now, and I appreciate the question. I'm not trying to say dodge it, but I will highlight in the staff report, if I can try to find it, there is a section that basically describes something of what, again, Mrs. Juden had referred to in terms of our court-ordered requirements and our environmental review for licensees. So I don't know if that question is in line with the discussion tonight. I don't wish to avoid it, but I would need more clarification on
And I think we can hold off-topic questions that aren't to do with the subject items till the end, and then we can bring those up for staff to research at the end of the meeting.
Oh, of course. I have a short memory span. So I wanted to, when he mentions option C or Appendix C, there is an underlying problem with people getting out of compliance because they're being told to file Appendix C at a later date, which then triggers their out of compliance. So just something to...
Well, I mean, as I understand it, there's no active licenses in the county, correct?
There are some, yes.
1 or 2?
But not the, okay, so For the sake of messaging, and the sake of this meeting here, I want the message to be heard is that we are actively seeking for people to be submitting Appendix Cs to us. We have something like 121 now, although that number I believe has changed since the last couple days. Regardless, it's around that.
148.
148, okay. So we have had another chunk come in, chunk if that's the right word. But we are actively processing those with a whole other process of consultants and everything else that we have laid out or attempted to lay out in a variety of ways. So no, just for the sake of messaging and for you and your district and your constituents, we are requesting that people submit those to us now.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks for your response. I think with that, let's go ahead and move on to discussion item 6, variances. And I think I'll let you go ahead and speak to your topic points, and then I will explain why I wanted you to open this.
Okay, that sounds good. The ability to provide for variances actually stems from state law. State law defines a variance as a special privilege that may be granted under some fairly narrow circumstances specific to a site. It's basically permission to depart from the literal requirements of the zoning code for a particular parcel. And so, for example, a city or county can consider a variance when the size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings of a specific property preclude it from enjoying the benefits that other properties in the identical zoning classification would receive under the code. In the planning profession, we often refer to these as hardship variances, as compared to a use variance. And in the state of California, hardship variances are allowed and use variances are not. And your regulations mirror those requirements in state law, as do most jurisdictions throughout the state. So the slide that's up right now identifies the various sections in the county zoning code related to cannabis where variances are addressed. And the commercial cannabis regulations explicitly identify for each cannabis use type the conditions under which variances can be considered. And that table that I was mentioning also provides a summary, that table 1, and there's a table as well in the staff report with additional information. So
I don't think we have table 1.
Start table 2.
You started table 2 in your report.
it was attached to the back of the report because it was so large, it wasn't inserted in its order. It's got kind of orange trim. Do you have it? Okay.
Yes, we have it. Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely. So maybe one other piece of information might be useful. Zoning ordinances are what's referred to as permissive ordinances. So typically the way a zoning ordinance works is unless it says you can explicitly do something, you cannot. Not all laws read that way, but that's how zoning codes read. And so, like if I'm asked to interpret something, even if I know nothing about a jurisdiction, that's the theory that I would use when I'm looking at what might be allowed under a zoning code. So when you have these sections that explicitly state where you can have a variance, the presumption is for a zoning code that anywhere else you cannot. And so that's why I wanted to list these, and you can see that based on the sections of the code, they're specific to the cannabis use types. The first section there, 17.31, is your general variance discussion that's in the zoning code. So the discussion questions that we identified was, should current and or potential licensees in the opt-out areas be able to receive a variance? And should variances be annual approvals through the Planning Commission? And then we can add to that any other questions that you feel are pertinent. So I'll stop there for the direction from the chair.
Perfect, thank you so much. My question first is from staff, maybe from Lisa Lozier there. Could you tell us what the intent of the variance for the county variance for cannabis, what the intent of that code was? Not the variance, excuse me. Can you tell us the intent of the setback in the ordinance? What was the intent of that ordinance? And either one of you who can speak to it.
If you don't mind, I will address that. So I will preface this by the idea that I was not here working for the county at that time. I was in county, but not working.
Neither were none of us, so
Very well.
good company.
So in terms of describing the intent is one of only to the degree of my understanding working in the department. The intent, and I believe honestly this is a better question perhaps for supervisors that were involved at that point or county council that was involved at that point. But to that end, I will take a stab at it, that the idea of a setback for cannabis uses is common in many jurisdictions and including state law. And for example, setbacks or buffers that are related to streams that are associated with Fish and Wildlife approval for cannabis uses, or water board, or DCC for that matter, Department of Cannabis Control. For our purposes, in our jurisdiction, a setback of 350 feet is meant to attenuate some of the impacts that are associated with cannabis. For example, noise, light, smell, as an example. The idea that the greater distance you have from that use, then the less the impacts will be to neighboring parcels or neighboring residences. Does that answer?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. That's what I assumed it was for, but I just wanted to hear it from the county. With that in mind, why would the county, and this pertains to our variance discussion in item 6 for opt-outs, and as you mentioned earlier, the stuff that we pull out of here might be penciled down to an overall good cannabis ordinance. So that being said, why, if the county set up that as a good setback, and they do that for residential projects, commercial projects, industrial projects, all projects that are going to create impact on people, setbacks are usually part of the bill. Is that correct? Okay. That being said, does anybody know why the county then would, in the same ordinance, allow for a variance for just that purpose? And this is again a question for the county and then all of it.
If I could, and again, the same preface to the last answer that I provided. One that my understanding is as follows, that as the original ordinance was written, it was meant to bring in illegal operators into a legal regulated framework where they can be licensed by the county. And in so, it was recognizing that some of those previous illegal operations were already established on the landscape. And one term that is often used is legacy farmers, that they are legacy operations that were pre-existing any state or county regulatory ordinance. So because of that, the idea of stepping into a new county license or permit structure was one that used, they could be located regardless of buffers or setbacks, which of course at that time did not exist. So to allow them to exist where they currently operated, and perhaps needing a variance, rather than requiring them to move to a different portion of a parcel. The idea is that the impact on the landscape happened already. Rather than having them pick up and move, develop a new site on a different part of the parcel, and then essentially double the impact on the landscape. As we know in our county, much of our topography, many of our parcels are fairly steep, and so to do that type of pick up and move, even within one parcel, the theory could be stated that it would be twice the damage and twice as difficult. So allow those existing legacy farmers to operate where they currently sat on the landscape, and do so with the use of variances as they are written into our code.
Thanks. Does the county, or does the county currently track legacy farmers?
Not so much. The term legacy farmers or legacy operations is not one that we use in our analysis of a particular operation, at least not to my knowledge. But we do recognize that some of the earlier operations with a cannabis cultivation license, a CCL, that is a lower number, is likely going to be a legacy operation. That being said, there are, as our program has developed, the potential for many illegal operations to come into our program later, such as in 2020, 2021 perhaps, should we be accepting new licenses. So the idea of what a legacy is or not, is it a legacy one that started first with the program, or is the legacy operation one that has pre-existed for decades?
So just to keep it short, you don't have a tracking program?
Not in those terms, no.
Okay, so when you issue new variances or see variance requests, how do you set a bar based on what the county set as a precedent when they developed the ordinance, which was to make sure that we have inclusivity for the legacy farmers? How are we meeting that matrix if there's no bar at your level? And I'm saying this knowing that we're about to see 60 variances come across this board, which equates to 100 hours or more of work for everybody. This is why the topic's first on this discussion, and it's why it needs to be had, because we're burning hours, burning time. It seems like chasing our tail. And we set up things that we have no matrix for and no bar to measure. And I would like to follow that by one question, and then I will get to the rest of the commission, I promise. Lisa, can you describe to me how your experience, and maybe you as well, our staff, how variances are used in other counties, and if they're used as a common practice like this, or is this uncommon?
In my personal experience, the way variances are used as they are written in the Cannabis portion of the ordinance, that's 1743 and A, B, C, D, all of the attachments to, is unusual for the typical variance process that I have employed with any other place that I have ever worked.
How many other counties have you worked?
I have worked for Shasta County, and then I worked for City of Holbrook that was in the state of Arizona. So basically the variance process was consistent with those two places. And I also worked in conjunction with city staff at City of Flagstaff when I was in college, and variances worked the same as Shasta County and also City of Holbrook there.
So you'd say not at all like Trinity?
It is not consistent with the typical practice for Trinity County.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Duncan, you had something?
Well, I don't particularly have a question for staff, but for some clarity, since I was in the audience when this ordinance was written 6 years ago and spoke and listened to the commission and the supervisors addressing the need for variances. And yes, as Mr. Colbeck communicated, there was the need to work within an ordinance where there's pre-existing cannabis cultivation communities, where, for instance, in the Trinity Pines, where it is in rural residential zoning, where there have been farms that have their own water that are lined up with the State Water Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife that are within 100 feet of one another, that have existing.
Clarify the whole.
Can I please finish? That have existing impacts. And as long as you have, so in recognition of that, as long as you have the permission from that neighbor, that is not a problem to have that impact, the commission as well as the supervisors created ordinances to address those. And so today, my understanding is that we're not here to address what, not to address what the function of the ordinances are, or if we should, the variances, or if we should be able to have variances, but with regards to if these particular opt-out zones will be granted the same privileges as the non-opt-out zone cultivators.
Correct, that's why I'm bringing it up, because they're bringing both layers into play here tonight. And so they're asking us whether one should receive special preference than the other in regards to a variance. And I think the variance is the issue, it shouldn't exist.
And it's not preferential treatment, but equal treatment to the other licenses.
Well, that's a discussion question.
Okay.
To get to the discussion questions, so you're asking if current or potential licensees in the opt-out areas would be able to receive a variance. And to me, based on David's explanation, the legacy farmers who were incorporated into the system, they should continue to be able to qualify for a variance. Might be annually renewed, but they should have that option because that's how they were brought into the program. But you're asking if potential licensees, well, there shouldn't be potential licensees in an opt-out area, because there's no applications allowed for opt-out areas. That seems a little bit of an oxymoron to me. So anyway, that would be my 2 cents worth on the discussion question.
The only response I would have to that is my understanding is that it's actually unclear for all license types whether they are or are not allowed.
Cultivation versus the other types?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So that was the context for the question. I totally appreciate what you're saying with regard to cultivation.
Okay.
Any more questions in regard to variances? No? I would like to make a motion to ask staff to address variances at the ordinance level, since we're on it, and this is a topic, I take it you're going to take information back from us tonight and try to compile a better ordinance. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not, so, just so we're clear, I'm not going to motion on the item. I'm actually going to make a separate motion in regards to variances and how they speak to our ordinance.
Point of order, this is not an agenda item, it should not be allowed.
Could I speak to that real quick?
Sure.
And I would love to lean on Council Cameron here to help clarify really whether a motion is required or not because of the type of item that is in front of us now. And to clarify, my understanding is we can receive direction that staff would appreciate moving forward, but it may not come in the form of a motion.
It can be by motion or by poll.
Okay.
It should be agendized. It should be part of the packet and part of what was published.
So we could make a motion regarding variances, is there?
No, not based on what was presented in the packet. No, that would be for another time.
So it would be one of providing direction to staff for a future meeting.
How would I do this?
How would you do?
How would I agendize this, get it to the board, or have her be able to review what we're talking about?
I think you can raise it with the consultant and have her address it separately.
Sean, you need to get to your mic. It'll twist.
You can raise that with staff and have them at a later meeting discuss that. But it wouldn't be by motion.
Okay. So I'm requesting from staff officially that you look into variances and come back to the board with maybe some better ideas on how variances can be used in our county.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do appreciate that. And if I'm the one speaking for staff at the moment, I do have a request, and that is one is as we receive direction in tonight or any future moment, it's helpful and clarifying to staff to understand that the commission as a body is who is recommending that we work on something. It's not required that occurs. It could be, as you had just suggested, that is what you want, but it is a request of staff that it come in a straw poll or something so that...
Well, that's what I was just asking council, so...
Yeah, we should do it by a straw poll.
Thank you. So, fellow commissioners, could I have a straw poll just by an aye or a nay of who would like staff to look into variances and how they affect ordinances in the future at our next meeting? So I'll just start with Carol.
I would say aye with the caveat that they need to work through maybe some other priority things first. I'm not quite sure how it fits into the list of tasks, but yeah, definitely something to look into at some point.
So, aye?
A qualified aye, yep.
I think my suggestion is with all the different codes that were set forth for us, we have the ability to look up those codes and to research our own understandings of their interpretations and minutes and communicate with our supervisors of the intention. And our staff is burdened with a lot of responsibilities. And so I think I'm going to say nay at this point and allow us commissioners to look into it on our own time.
Okay. Since everybody's given a comment with their aye, I guess, or nay, I will. I have an aye, but this is in regards to us as a body. The Planning Commission hears these variances. They are eating up massive amounts of time and energy, county money. to hear things that probably shouldn't be in the ordinance to begin with. So that is that is why I'm asking for direction on this, and that is why I think it is important now, not in the future. It should be at the top of the list, not the bottom. Todd, how do you?
Like I said,
Rory?
I want to say no. I feel I'm on the same page as Commissioner McIntosh with doing my own research. I think the staff is burdened enough, and anything we need to find out, we should have our own due diligence to do the legwork ourselves.
Done. Okay, well, that's a 3-2 straw vote poll, so now what? Move on?
Yes.
Does the county has direction then to?
It has, yes.
Thank you.
So there is, of course, a notion of being mindful of the time that we have now, constraints of public comment if you chose, or as you wish.
Absolutely. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open item 6 up to public comment.
Hi, my name is Mae Flynn. I live in Douglas City. On February 16th, an email was sent from the District 2 supervisor advocating for people to submit written comments by February 16th for the ordinance that the county is drafting to replace the urgency opt-out ordinances. This email clearly demonstrates that Jill Cox and Carol Falls should recuse themselves from voting on this issue due to the intimate knowledge that they have of these presumed TAA objectives, as well as the fact that Jill is using her position to coach all of her contacts to meet these objectives. In response to some of the coaching received in this email, 1, no absentee licenses. The residency requirement was previously included in the Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance. However, it was proved to be an unnecessary amount of work on county staff and easy to bypass. It is no longer a part of the ordinance for a reason. Let's not go there again. 2, impacts not being mitigated, addressed, or enforced. The cannabis licensing fees have paid an exorbitant amount of money into code enforcement over the years. In fact, charts have shown during the Trinity County budget hearings show that only 30% of the licensing fees have gone to the planning department. If the concern is that impacts are not being mitigated or enforced, then maybe we should concentrate the code enforcement money to the South County, where it would be well spent instead of wasting it in opt-out communities. Funds from the cannabis program should only go back into communities that they have come out of so that they are truly being used to implement the program. 3, cumulative impacts not being addressed. The EIR and site-specific CEQA analysis is taking care of that. Other revenue streams such as the remediation funds from CDFW are going towards projects that will address cumulative impacts, such as the Barker Valley Roads project, made possible due to the presence of state-licensed cannabis farms in that area. 4, violations should not result in loss of license. I could go to most properties, cannabis or non-cannabis, and find environmental or code violations. Go home and examine your roads, culverts, bridges, etc. You will likely see that they violate environmental laws or county code in some way. For example, if you have a road crossing or surface water and the Department of Fish and Wildlife has not been notified about it in the last 5 years, you have a violation. 5, desire for opt-out ordinance to prohibit cannabis operations of any kind in opt-out areas. Total exclusion of all cannabis license types from entire communities will cause further decline of jobs and commerce in these areas. This is not a great service in a county that has historically been one of the poorest in the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Folks, as we go forward here, I do encourage you, please stick to the variance item on the agenda. If you have other things that you want to talk about, please save them for when your topic comes up. So if you just have a general thing to say, we're probably going to move on. So let's keep it to the topics. It is a workshop, so let's focus on the variance issue. So if you have a question or a comment specifically due with item 6, you're welcome to come forward. If not, save it until your item does reach that point.
Marie Peterson, Weaverville, District 1. The Lewiston and Weaverville communities have many young families that need jobs, and we are seeing businesses close weekly in Weaverville. It's shameful to tear down the young and aspiring businesses in the wake of a pandemic-derived recession. We are not all retired or rich when we moved here. Anyone who is trying to destroy jobs and doesn't have a solid plan to create more is perpetuating the poverty problem in our communities. At this time, our county has still not brought forth the retail ordinance or the equity ordinance.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to hold you there. So we're talking about variances right now. So if you have anything specific to variances, I'd like you to come up and talk.
I'm trying to read my letter that wasn't included in the comments when they included letters that were from people who don't even live here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There are approximately 500 site-specific CEQA documents that will need to be processed in a timely manner. Why are we using the county consultant's time and program money to keep making it more difficult for the hardworking farmers that are currently left vulnerable as a result of the TAA settlement? Why are we discussing the opt-out ordinance rather than prioritizing the 35 CUPs that the county has received? Why are the subdivision and parcel split applications taking so long to get through the county that planning staff and local engineers are reluctant to work on these type of projects? I humbly ask that planning staff and the planning commission prioritize the tasks that will help our communities prosper. I am concerned that my letter didn't make it into the record, even though it was submitted at 3:30. And I actually checked and saw that other letters on the agenda attachments were submitted after that time. I wonder who decided not to include my comments when people from out of the area had comments included. It's pretty upsetting. I think it's also very unethical to have members of the board and the planning commission so involved in these private meetings and shaping the recorded public comment without disclosing it, and they should be recused from the upcoming vote. Is county council available to weigh in on this, whether it's ethical for them to participate in this manner?
I'm not sure that's a question that we're going to answer right at this point. I'm sure that you can approach them after this meeting and talk to them and find out what that process is.
I'll answer your question during director's reports. That's where I was told I should notify you all of who all has been providing input to me. So that was the staff direction, and that was the plan, is to let you guys know all the people that I've been talking to under director's reports.
And I don't know how many people have seen that email, but yikes.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that the planning commission, we do represent you in our districts. So,
I know, and I'm District 1.
Okay.
Carol's district.
And
Thank you.
can help the commission with any questions they have about what was raised.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I do have,
could you state your name, please?
Tyler Thompson from Burr Ranch, and I do have something specific to variances. Just so everybody knows, I am a CCL holder there and had received a variance upon applying for that license in 2016, or whenever the program first got started. And it was granted based on some of the very specific reasons that were stated by Mr. Colbeck and by Mr. McIntosh, who was involved at the, kind of the birth of the ordinance. So, I, without getting into super site specifics, had support from a neighboring parcel that did not want to see further development on the property, was okay with how things were currently situated, and I believe to this day still are. And so in my particular instance, I feel like the process worked quite well. I do realize it is arduous on the committee and can take a lot of time, but I also, feel like that is part of the workload, I guess, so to speak. So I would love to see a more streamlined process to eliminate having 60 variances come before you next week. I think personally the ayes on that straw vote would be greatly beneficial for everybody involved to possibly have that, but to eliminate it altogether, I think is maybe unfair for existing licensees and possibly even for new licensees, as in, like I said, specifically for my instance, it pretty much worked to the specific example that was cited to prevent further development on a property when development was already done that was substantial and served well for the farm itself and did not disturb the neighboring residents. So I also understand as properties change hands, you know, that can become a sticky subject, but if you move next to the airport, you know, the airport's already there, don't complain about the planes, I guess. So just in regards to variances in general, I was before you for a different type of variance not that long ago, so I just think that although it is arduous and does take a potentially large amount of your time, I think just the site-specific review, separate of cannabis, just as a whole within the county, does have its benefits. So I would like to just see that you consider keeping it while streamlining it at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
May I clarify something, Chair?
Go ahead.
I guess I just want to clear up quickly, I probably should have done it previously. With the numbers that I'm aware of now, we have 48 renewals of variances and 12 new variances based off of that county code or chapter 1743050, subsection 8, where variances are specifically referred to. The initial variance, the first time you create one, that comes to the commission. Any renewal, any subsequent year can be done through a director's use decision after inspection. So just to clarify the proportional burden to this commission or a future commission.
Thanks for that clarification.
My name is William Oakshire from Barker, Hayfork, Barker Valley. I'm a licensed operator. Every property, just in regards to the variance, 250 feet, every property that touches my property is a licensed farm.
Closer to the mic, please. You need to lean into the mic, please. Thank you.
I apologize. And my name is William Oakshire from Barker Valley, Hayfork. Every property, I'm a licensed operator. Every property that touches my property is a licensed farm. I have a licensed farm. I spent a whole bunch of money to get there. The 350 feet, I have, you know, inclines on my property. And I'll move the house you want me to, but it's ridiculous. Every property that touches my property, we all get the same notice when we got licensed. Legacy operations, Jeff Dickey was able to tell you legacy operations, come out and be like, he knew exactly who was who. There are people that know. That's all I want to say. I think that 350 feet thing, if you lived in Weaverville and there was people all, you know, lived in a city or a suburb or something, I think that's appropriate. Where I live, it's all agricultural land. It's insanity.
Thank you.
Do away with that.
But we're talking about opt-out areas, so we're talking about variances in opt-out areas, not for areas that aren't covered.
Stop with that. I'm not a lawyer. I just say opt-out for there's something wrong with that.
Sure. Section 8 of the ordinance. For specialty cottage, specialty and small licensed cultivation shall not be allowed within 350 feet of a residential structure on any adjoining parcels. For medium licenses, cultivation shall not be allowed within 500 feet of an adjacent property line. Applications for a variance from this provision will be considered by the Trinity County Planning Commission. After obtaining an initial variance, the planning director can issue a director's use permit for subsequent years after an inspection. And the current practice is that if there are complaints or violations on that licensee, that the planning director, as part of a director's use permit, kicks it back to the planning commission and provides notice to the neighbors to deal with operations that might be problematic for the neighbors after having initially received a variance. Now, going back in time to 2015, 2016, when the original program was built, the thought was that there are no parcels in Trinity County that can live, that can become operational with very strict setbacks, right? We're not laid out like Yolo County in giant squares, right? These are weird dog-legged parcels that have very limited sites, to put cultivation without extensive other impacts. And the imperative at that time was to transition existing operators, many of whom were compliant under Prop 215. They weren't illegal. They were just unlicensed at that time, into the environmental protections of the Water Board, and Fish and Wildlife, and our county ordinance. It was before there was ever a state program. We were first. It was considered a health and safety matter at that point to transition our existing operators into some sort of program where we could agree on some rules and try to live by them. They were, and they wouldn't be the problem for law enforcement or health and safety. You'd be following the rules. So what we ended up with was basically saying that if your cultivation is, and it was very specific to cultivation, no other license types. Okay, it was mostly for odor. And at that time, it was the big thing that the Planning Commission was wrestling with, and I was sitting as a commissioner at the time, was how do we get these existing operations to participate in this program and try to play by the rules? So the basic notion in the room that took months to sort out was that,
Thanks for your comments, John.
right, was that if it's okay with the neighbors, then what's the problem?
Thank you for your time.
Hi, Jeff Goodell-Zenia. I was also here for all the meetings when this ordinance was originally created. To piggyback on what John said, the point of these huge setbacks were to make sure, because of the topography and just the shape of these parcels, the smaller ones, 350 feet, that's 700 feet total in every diameter. That's a lot of acreage. 500 feet for the medium-sized licenses to another property line gives you a very small square to grow in the middle of your 50-acre parcel, if it's shaped right. Could be impossible to meet a 500-foot setback on a 50-acre parcel. I have an 80-acre parcel. I need like 40 feet of variance. The point of these huge setbacks was to make sure neighbors got notified so they could voice disapproval or approval. Not to limit or de facto ban all these parcels that were growing and that are growing now or were growing. You could de facto ban by eliminating variances. You could de facto silence neighbors and neighborhoods with this. The neighbors should get a say, and they do. That's a great part of the variance. Some neighborhoods are fine with it, some aren't. Let the neighborhood decide. That's why these opt-out, or that's why these setbacks are so huge. To make sure neighbors know. And I would ask you not to silence them. I would also ask you to be fair in how you feel this moves forward, to not punish or basically cancel or eliminate these people's livelihoods that live on these parcels, that need these variances, that their neighbors are okay with. Like the gentleman that spoke, he's surrounded by other licensed grows. You could in fact cancel some of those grows even though none of the neighbors mind, because they're doing the same thing. I'm in the same position where I am. None of my neighbors mind, because they're doing the same thing. Yeah, just be fair and keep in mind that, you know, you can destroy people's livelihoods, the investment, people that have bought into this program like myself and one of the first license holders in the county. You know, we can't just uproot our greenhouses and move somewhere else. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make financial sense. It's impossible financially for most of us. We're not out-of-towners. We didn't bring in investment money from Florida or wherever. We set our roots down here. We invested in our properties.
Thank you for your time, sir.
All right, be fair, thanks.
I'm Sally Barrow. I live on Bear Creek Road, District 1. Lots of talk and no representation from the people that are actually here trying to get an opt-out. So I wanted to say something. I really feel like one of the comments that was submitted in the staff report was from a gal, I think she's in Coffee Creek, and I met her, super nice, who has a licensed grow. She was grandfathered in, I think, and she was concerned that if the no transfer thing, which we're gonna be talking about and we're hoping for in our opt-out ordinance, that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to pass it down to her children or something like that. So I suggest that we have the no transfer of...
Permit to variances?
Yes, actually. And that someone like this woman could have a variance for her property. And she could go through the process that we've had to go through to get an opt-out, where you have to fill out your reason that you, oh shoot. Yeah, they got to require the current steps that we've had to do. They have to fill out carefully explaining their reasons for being allowed an exception. They get a plot map, they canvass the neighborhood and get a petition signed by the vast majority of their neighbors who agree to their variance. And then they come before the commission and ask for a variance with hearings, and they go to the Board of Supervisors and ask for a hearing. And public comments can be made at each one of those situations. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of waiting, but I think that that would be fair.
Thank you for your comment.
You bet.
I am Rhoda King from the East Fork Road. I am the cultivator she's talking about. And I worked every bit as hard as they did to build my farm. You know, as hard as they worked to get the opt-out, I worked significantly harder than that to build my farm. And of course, what she's saying would be easy for me. I could easily collect the signatures of everyone in my neighborhood. I wouldn't have a problem. Nobody wants me to leave. But that just amounts it feels to me like just being one more being punished for being who I am. Thanks.
Thanks for your time.
My name is Matthew Jefferson. I live in Coffee Creek. I'm Rhoda's partner. I'm also owner of that farm. I guess my biggest point that comes to all of this is nobody in my area wants me to leave. Nobody wants me to have to get a variance. That woman, these people, they live more than an hour away from me. You know, they're not even part of my community, and nobody wants me to leave. I don't really know what else to say. It's just really cold.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Got like two little pieces on that. It was brought up under when Mr. Malucci was commenting that we're talking about opt-outs in variances, but we're also talking about possibly having more opt-outs. So this policy is going to need to be consistent through that line. That if we are going to create opt-outs around people who are, after we leave these meetings, after these are adopted possibly even, we still don't have a through line there. You're still allowing people to develop in an area and then have an opt-out built around them and then be excluded again. That is patently unfair. Secondly, I would like to know if staff has any idea how many parcels in the existing opt-outs require variances. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a response to that, staff?
I heard the question, how many parcels within the
opt-outs are requiring variances?
For clarity, he's probably meaning license holders needing variances.
Sure. To be honest, in the research that I've done, as this question came up today, thank you, Skylar, there was just one, I believe, in the Lewiston area that was applied for in 2021, but originally in 2019. And that would be, I believe, 1 out of 12 or 12 that I looked into. So a small proportion within the Lewiston, the original Lewiston area. And that is all I can tell you now. I can't say anything in relation to the other. Actually, Rush Creek, that did not need a opt-out. But I can't speak to the other areas like Mad River.
Thanks for that, David.
Ruth, I should say.
Good evening, Anna Wright from Weaverville. A lot has been said, and we're talking about variances and carve-outs, just to bring it all back for everybody in the room. I just want to touch on some, I think, very important points. And I think the very first one is one that was just mentioned about inequality. And so if we're going to make certain decisions for these certain areas, and they're not being applied to the rest of the program, that's not equal. That's not equal treatment. To disband variances for any site, specifically opt-outs, to not let somebody continue an already established variance whom has no opposition from their neighbors, and whom every year, even during renewal time, director's use permits get noticed to your neighbors. So even after the initial variance, your neighbor has an opportunity every year, even if they're a new neighbor that just moved in next door, to speak out against your business. Now, if you were to eliminate variances from this program, specifically in the opt-out area and in general, you are going to create greater environmental impact. You are going to force people to develop in new areas in order to move their cultivation site, if that's even possible. Again, we're talking about certain parcels, since there's no acreage minimum, that may be 1 acre, 2 acre, 5 acres, that may not be able to move their site. So you're going to tell somebody, even if it's 2 people in an opt-out zone, those are 2 businesses, those are 2 families that provide for their children, that provide for this community, that are a part of all of our lives. You're going to tell them that, hey, you no longer can have your business, even though your neighbors have an opportunity every year to speak up if they have an issue. Right now, the way the ordinance is set in this regard, regarding variances, everybody has an opportunity. The cultivator has an opportunity to ask their neighbors, please let me not expand my site. Please let's keep the environmental impact as least as we can. And the neighbors every year have an opportunity to say, absolutely, you keep running your business, congratulations. You know what, actually, sir, I'm having a problem with your operation right now. Let's have a discussion. Everybody has an equal opportunity. And so my biggest fear for these areas, even if it's 1 or 2 people, that's still 1 or 2 people that are going to be highly disadvantaged compared to the rest of the program. So please, when we consider this at the next meeting of what we want to do with variances, I say don't change it. It's worked so far, and if there's people in this room that say it hasn't, then they should use their abilities, according to our ordinance, to write in, to comment, and have a conversation with your neighbor.
Thanks for your time.
We're all human. Thank you.
Good evening, Crystal Bell Lewiston. On the topic of variances within opt-outs, as a non-grower, obviously, I have no issues with variances. I think they're fair. My point would be that I think in the opt-outs they should be expanded somewhat to look at another element, which is the setbacks associated to licensed grows as they pertain to adjacent businesses as well, and those impacts that are caused to the adjacent business. So right now the variance is limited to the residential, but I do believe that a business should also be considered, and potentially a variance element B, that they should have to require a variance within a certain area for a business. So thank you.
Thank you for your time. Is there any comments on variances? Any on Zoom?
I'm on Zoom and I'd like to make a comment. I'm not sure if the comment section is turned off. Hold on.
In general. I'm going to let you go
first.
Okay.
Go ahead, state your name.
Veronica Kelly Albies from Douglas City. I think variances have a place for the way some of these parcels are put. I think though that they have been used and abused in some cases. And having attended some of the recent ad hoc meetings, I've learned some really important semantics, compliance versus enforcement. And within the planning department, they have compliance officers, not enforcement officers. So we often use the word you need to enforce things or make them more, fall within. So when there is a problem with a variance or a neighbor, being able to rely on staff to help a neighbor's mediate or resolve that issue is pretty non-existent. And I think that's where sometimes it becomes, we want to just get rid of it all. And maybe we can look at ways to make the compliance officers or coming out of the planning department help them meet those needs. Because I've learned that there's that breakdown, because we always say enforcement, but that's actually Tim Saxon with illegal or non-compliant growth within the county. And you guys are overtaxed and have a lot going on, and I completely understand that. And again, I love listening to David because he makes things very clear for me, and I appreciate that. But in terms of the variance, I think sometimes it gets abused when they come in. Legacies, they know, they've been there, they know what the land looks like, but there are many that are coming into rural residential neighborhoods and going, we don't care. And we know it doesn't fit, so we're going to take this round and shove it into the square, or however it works, vice versa. And so you said earlier, David, that with the directors, that a site visit will happen.
Correct.
Really? If possible, when time permits, with all the other priorities. Because we know sometimes that becomes a lower priority, and I don't mean that to you directly, you know that. And to all the ones that are doing it right, they may need that variance. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We're going to move to Zoom for a little bit.
Okay, go ahead with Zoom.
Elise Hazard, you can speak now.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners and staff. Thank you so much for letting me make a comment. I'm from District 1, and as a homeowner and parent of young children, I fully support the opt-out zone. And I'm really unfamiliar with the semantics, but I did want to just express my support for the farm in our area, and I know how difficult any variance would be for that farm in Coffee Creek. And there's such a positive and active role in our community. I would like to just say that I hope we recognize it as a good thing to support our local businesses that are active in being positive and productive with working within their communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Jake?
Hi, yeah, Jake Chris from Paysport. I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to work through all of this. I wanted to point out a couple things with opt-outs. I believe there's 3 cultivation licenses active in Trinity County right now. And my wife, Olivia, and I have one of them, which means that we, I guess, are 33% of the licensed cannabis farms in Trinity County. I've always believed that there should be a healthy balance. I didn't choose to grow cannabis in Trinity Center because it's not a great environment for it, politically, socially, or environmentally. I'm in pay for it. But I want to say that we have a variance for our 1 acre. That being said, the variance is on 640 acres, surrounded on 4 sides by National Forest Service, with no neighbors, behind 2 lot gates across a bridge. And we still require on 640 acres a variance. The sentiment has always been, the variance is there to work through the site-specific issues. Now, the part that no one seems to want to talk about is that is the opposition. We want to talk about that. Okay, we've got these growers with these different issues, and what was their specifics? Okay, this is taking too much time. Well, we've heard people tonight talking against site-specific issues, talking against we shouldn't have variances. One of those people uses literally in their vineyard, they reported using 3 times the amount of water as the entire cannabis department does annually. You know, another example would be Commissioner Sharp moved into a neighborhood to build a house that had 2 licensed farms in it. He has fought adamantly against the variances for both those licensed farms. He recused himself as commissioner at one point to fight against and to appeal a license for a licensed farm in a neighborhood he moved into after it was licensed. He in fact was the licensed contractor for the electricity and the electrical work of that licensed farm. Another speaker on that topic was his son, who moved in after those farms had been established for years and licensed. So the variance.
Time is up.
Thanks for your time, Jake.
LM, we'll do you next.
My name is Liz McIntosh, District 4. I'd like to echo Jeff, John, Adrian, and Anna. I think they're all right. The variance was utilized in this instance to allow for neighbors to not only have a say, but have a say year after year if the operation should change or become a nuisance. And though it's far from a perfect or traditional use, I urge you to keep the variance process in place. I was here in late 2015 and all through 2016 when we were told from the BOS that the PC was where our public comment would be considered. Back then, the PC had at least 2 meetings a month, and we had meetings of over 200 people at that time from all spectrums of this subject. The PC did not ask for variances, as I recall. They called for CUPs, period. A CUP and a variance are both traditionally considered entitlements, which means they are good for the life of the use. Yet this is not the function of a variance today in regards to cannabis. Have just gone the CUP route, as the PC suggested, the more traditional planning route, you'd have them on every agenda and a backlog of hundreds. Further, it would relinquish the ability for impacted neighbors to have a say after the variance was granted. In the end, I think it's worth noting that none of the PC recommendations actually came before the board. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to define cannabis areas by zone, but that's not because of the people in the PC. We battled it out as a community, and a couple of members on the BOS wrote an urgency ordinance rather than considering all of the public input we put forth. I don't think that using the variance in this way is the most appropriate use for the tool. I also see it as a way to continue to extract monies from the cannabis community. However, I do see that it's created a way for neighbors to have input year after year, which is also important to both the neighbors and the integrity of the program. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Nancy Anderson.
Hi, thank you. Nancy Anderson from Lewiston. Regarding opt-out variances and grows in the opt-outs, I believe the intention of the variance is to mitigate the things that cause the neighbors to be upset with local grows. So to allow a variance to not allow that mitigation doesn't seem to make any sense. We're talking about a limited number within an area that the neighbors have fairly spoken in terms of the percentage of people that are bothered by this. So why would there be a variance to keep them from mitigating the nuisance that they're creating? It doesn't seem to make any sense to not have to allow variances and not be able to mitigate the problems that they're creating. I just want this and all future opt-outs to use common sense, because a variance defies logic in an area that's already spoken. A predominant number of residents have spoken and want those nuisance things related to commercial grows to be mitigated. I think a big thing is the parcel size. If it's a small parcel commercial grow, to me it should never have been licensed if it's on such a small property within other areas of small properties. Because how can you mitigate the nuisance if it's all that close. But I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
L. Wills?
She's not there, may I?
Lori, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I'm sorry it took me a moment to Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Lori Rose from Lewiston. I am in the Lewiston opt-out expansion area. And I just have a couple of comments. Number one, I agree with some of the previous speakers who have said let the neighborhoods decide. And there may be neighborhoods that don't mind commercial cannabis in their neighborhoods, but specifically to the Lewiston opt-out expansion area, we had a majority of neighbors who do mind. And that's why we got our opt-out, and it was approved unanimously by the board. As far as another speaker's comment, that year after year after year, neighbors have had the opportunity and equal opportunity to speak up. That is not true. We had 3 licensed commercial cannabis farms get permitted in our neighborhood without one single notice, year after year.
Excuse me, ma'am. Lori, do you have anything to say in regards to variances?
Well, I guess I thought that was all part of the variances and why we were worked out. So if I need to hold my comments to another topic, I will.
If you could, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Tarbell?
Good evening, Commissioners. I supported many of the comments previously given about opt-outs. I do believe pre-existing operations in these opt-outs should be given the chance for variances. I do think it's an equitable process, and if they're not a responsible player in their neighborhood, the variance will likely get declined. But if they are respectful, it will likely move forward. So I think it's a good thing, and I think these pre-existing operations should continue to be given this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I'm going to take it back to the audience for one more question, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you so much. Dave Alves, the city. I'm going to talk about opt-out variance. The regular variances are pretty good the way they are. I know it's a time-consuming. I'm not a grower, so I do understand that those farms that are already located and are doing the right thing. I don't think anybody should be in a residential area as a commercial business anyway. But those that are already pre-existing should probably just be automatic unless a neighbor objects or there are problems that have occurred during the year. But I do object to variances automatically being attached to anybody new who comes in, buys a piece of property, and knows full well that it doesn't comply and will need a variant. They shouldn't buy the property. There's plenty of other places to buy, so there's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thanks for your time. With that, I appreciate your comments.
I have to talk to you. This is Terry Mines, Junction City. This is absolutely ridiculous. Do you people even know the situation with the cannabis industry right now?
Thank you, Mr. Mines. But
nobody is going to buy or move into any neighborhood, not even the ones that allow it anymore. Our industry has crashed, people. Are you guys oblivious to this?
No, we're not. Thank you, sir.
No, you can't stop. We're all allowed our 2 minutes to talk. You're not allowed to do that. Nice try. I was a supervisor. You weren't here, obviously. The point is I'm allowed to speak, and the reality of it is this industry has crashed. All these people are here all excited. There's nobody moving to anywhere near them to build a cannabis farm anymore. You can go get them for free. Have you looked at the recent real estate guide? Everyone's pretty much giving these things away right now. No one in this county is even making money.
Sir, do you have any comments in regards to variances?
Yes, I do, actually. My
So if
problem
you
is that
stay specific
when you,
to that.
one of the responsibilities of you as a planner is to make decisions that help improve the community, not harm them. If you do them and you make decisions that are not in the best interest of your community, you put yourself in a libelous position, Mr. Sharp. You might want to talk to the county council about that.
Thank you for your input.
Hey, I've had my hand up and I would like to speak.
Yes, she was. The young lady right there.
I would
Ms. Avila, go ahead. I did see you get up before we did go, so please take your turn. And folks, I will remind everybody, we have a lot of material to cover tonight, so I know everybody wants to talk and say something, but we need to make it pertinent and we need to keep moving. So if you please just keep everybody else in mind as well. Go ahead, Ms. Avila.
Thank you. I will try to be succinct. Carla Avila from Hyampong, and I am the Executive Director of Trinity County Agriculture Alliance. We represent cultivators all over the county, including some members in the opt-outs and in proposed opt-outs. So in regard to variances, I personally have a variance. I'm on 3 acres. I was here when we created the ordinance and developed that methodology. And I just want to keep for us all to keep in mind as we move forward that cannabis is not considered agriculture because at the federal level we have not moved forward with that discussion. But what it does on the local level is that it allows us to allow ourselves to use the separation and distinction to sometimes let bias seep in or politics seep into our land use policy. And in variances, the reason that these existed, a lot of people already talked about why variances exist in this cannabis program. When we brought forward cannabis, I mean, in RR, for example, you're allowed agricultural uses, you're allowed commercial and light industrial uses with the use permit, and there are many examples of cottage home occupations as well. It's a very important and integral part of the land uses in addition to residing on that parcel. So because cannabis doesn't exactly align straight into agriculture, it's considered a commercial use in California and in the way that we develop land use policy on the local level because of these complications with defining it as a new use, but that's why CEQA exists. And so then on top of all of these other things, you also go through the CEQA process. So variances are important, and I know that they're not traditionally used in this sense and that it's kind of really unusual in the planning world to maybe have pulled a variance as the use for this, but it does make sense and it does serve a purpose here to allow every landowner who is adjacent to that parcel, regardless of they're the one that's 350 feet, whose residence is less than 350 feet, they all get notified. So there is a public process there, and so that balance is created there to allow for people who are potentially impacted in closer neighborhoods to discuss the setback situation in their specific site and in their specific neighborhood. So I do think that it serves a very important purpose, and I don't think at this point in time, without going through the whole general plan and really establishing how agricultural uses belong in our entire zoning, whole everything in our whole world and in all our communities until we get to that point, it is serving an important purpose. I recognize with new development, and especially in opt-outs, that that's a slightly different consideration perhaps, or that should be a consideration as to what those differences are. But the precedent does need to be equitable because we are concerned about what it takes to create future opt-outs. And if we're getting into situations that could be really sticky in neighborhoods where there are existing variances and then we create an opt-out around them, Adrian Keyes already spoke to that, so I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Is there any more public comment? Yes.
Do we want to go to Mr. Hayes?
We got one here in the audience.
I saw him with his hand up way before me. He was on Zoom. I can wait. That's fine.
Hi, this is Steve Lyon, Junction City. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, I think one of the reasons the comments of this are still going is because Commissioner Sharp, you offhandedly mentioned that you did not think variances were appropriate for the entire cannabis program, which is, you basically just said you want to put me out of business. I've been licensed since 2016. I've had a variance since 2017. I have written letters from my neighbors. It seems like there's some misconceptions about how the variance process works. I believe everybody had to go through the same process I did, which is go through staff, you get it agendized at the Planning Commission. My variance was voted on by the Planning Commission, and then it was noticed in the paper for a period of time. And for the following subsequent years, it was also noticed in the paper. I had to submit envelopes to the Planning Commission to send out to all my neighbors within a certain radius. So this is not just an easy go sign up for a variance. These were voted on by the Planning Commission. And you have the option every time a variance comes before you to vote again. It's the Planning Commission's job to look at these variances. That was the way this was created. I was also part of the 2015-2016 discussions, and this was part of a compromise. We spent months on these issues. This is not something that just got into the ordinance willy-nilly. This was a compromise made because of the strict setback requirements that we would allow variances in certain conditions in order to compromise with such a strict setback requirement. So you're trying to go back on compromises and agreements that were voted on by the planning commissions of years past. It just seems entirely inappropriate. This item should be agendized, it should be discussed. I encourage everyone to do their own due diligence and maybe not take up more staff time in researching how this process unfolded. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. Chair Lisa Wright from Lewiston. I wanted to share a quote because I think it really indemnifies what's happening here tonight. It's from a brilliant political scientist, Fareed Zakaria. Intangible fears have become more important than tangible facts. This is what this all is. It's about intangible fears. We need to focus on the tangible facts. The facts of variances in this particular instance is what you've heard from many people. It was a compromise. The 350 feet was really designed to assist with odor mitigation. If that neighbor, and this has been the history and the precedent of the Planning Commission, if the affected neighbor within 350 feet opposes, the Planning Commission does not grant the variance and a license is not issued. So it allows for that type of input of the most affected neighbor. That's been the tradition, that's been longstanding. Now, if you want to talk about somehow now going into existing licensed farms who've had variances and whose neighbors have agreed in these arbitrarily designed red line discriminatory carve-outs and say you can no longer get that variance, whether your neighbor likes it or not, we're taking that away from you, is not what government is intended to do. We need a fair and equitable process, and we're looking to the commissioners to set aside your own personal biases, some of which have come out quite clearly through emails, through vocalization, privately and publicly, and examine the law as it exists. Apply it fairly, and not try to make up things to change that suddenly there's some fear we need to deal with. These are intangible. There's been no documented occurrences, no facts presented that there's any harm to the health, safety, or welfare of these communities. Please rethink this whole process. It's a waste of resources. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Is there any more public comment?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Tom Malenko, Douglas City, begging your indulgence for 3 more minutes. I'm sorry to get to this point kind of at the end, but I think we're off a track on variances. At the beginning, when you're introducing public comments, what does this commission have the jurisdiction over? You can't say there's no such thing as variances anymore. It's in the government code. Couldn't say that any more than saying we're not going to allow public comment on agenda items. There are variances. Philosophically speaking, variances are part of the zoning code to keep it from being considered a taking by imposing land use rules on existing property rights. So variances is part of California law. Now, the cultivation ordinance created the unique creature that frustrates the commission, neighborhoods cultivators, the cultivation variance, which is a wooden solution in a carbon fiber wood. You know, I think it would have been better had it been limited to existing operations in 2016 to be subject to a variance, and then new operations, you can't do a variance. But I know in the years since that time, this commission has denied virtually every variance that came forward with a neighbor that was opposed. The only 2 instances I can recall where there was a neighbor opposed and the variance was still granted was when those neighbors were cultivators, not licensed cultivators, but were cultivators and didn't want to attract the attention that inspections would bring to the neighborhood. So I think that variance process, obtuse as it is, does function in the opt-out zone if we're going forward and creating opt-out zones. I think future variances are non-issue. There's not going to be new cultivation sites there. For any existing variances, I think you've got to keep them just as in terms of land rights rather than saying, you know, sunset's a different topic. But if somebody has a variance in an opt-out zone and we're contemplating grandfathering, the real question is the grandfathering, not the variance. I think that comes with the zone. As far as variances in general go, I think it's a fair subject for a planning commission meeting, an agenda item. Until that time, variances do exist, and as a quasi-judicial body, I encourage you to evaluate those requests as they come before you objectively. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Andy Wakefield from Lewiston in the Mountain View subdivision, and the word fear came up, which struck me to come up. And I don't care if you want to grow 1 million plants, but you shouldn't do it in a small residential area. I spoke on this a few times, and it was past summer. We were in the coast, and I got a 911 call from my neighbor. Now, I hear the word farmer come up a lot. I've never once seen a guard dog at a tomato farm. I've never seen a gang with automatic weapons come and attack a pumpkin farm. So while we were at the coast, I got a 911 call from my neighbor. We live in a very small little road. It's probably like driving through Burger King. And a SUV with darkened windows, and the best that my neighbor could tell, 4 occupants with handkerchiefs around them, drove right up to my house. Luckily, I wasn't there. They turned around, and luckily, if you've seen my 4-year-old back there and my wife, they like to play out there in my yard. They like to walk up and down the roads. So talking about fear, got a lot of fear when I'm not there. So what she said was, we just had this truck come up at 45 miles an hour. 45 miles an hour, like driving through Burger King drive-through. They came ripping up into my house. They spent about 2 or 3 or 4 minutes there and ripped right back out. They didn't miss the road. They went right back out to the highway, according to my other neighbor back there. So fear, there's fear. There's fear for my wife and my 4-year-old. So grow your 1 million plants. I don't care. Make $1 bazillion. But don't do it in the small little residential areas where we're raising our children. You won't allow it around schools.
Is this about opt-outs?
Pardon me? Won't allow it around school because of kids. So let's please use some common sense and let us try to raise our children in a safe area.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to note the time. It is past 8.
Yeah, and we've only made it to 1 subject, so.
And quite the subject it is.
It is.
My name is Dana Hauser-Scott from Hayfork. I am a license holder with a valid state annual license. I am not sure what that was about, but it definitely moved me. Fear is a big deal. And I think that a lot of people's comments is based off of fear and unknown and feeling threatened and your safety threatened and not understanding what's happening in your neighborhood and convoluting illegal illicit activities with licensed regulated cannabis. Those are different things. And I believe that these variances is a hot topic that is a subject to be weaponized and used against the license program and licensed cultivators in. There's valid concerns about having terrible neighbors. I have some terrible neighbors. They don't cultivate. There's nothing I can do about trash piles, about burning garbage. Like, there's no variance to protect smoldering plastic. It's being weaponized to be used against legal businesses, community members, property owners in our community that pay taxes, that contribute to our whole Trinity County as a whole in our society. There is a concerted effort, because it's a political year, so people are riling the pot and hoping that it will help their agenda. And operating businesses for years on parcels now to have an artificial boundary and then confined under new parameters is not fair, period. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. At this point, I'm going to close public comment, if that's possible. Council, that'd be a question for you. Can I close public comment at this time? Yes, you may. At this time, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the commission for discussion on item 6. Commissioners?
I think I kind of put my 2 cents in earlier where I said, I think, people that were under the original, they were existing when the opt-out areas were created, fall under David Kobeck's description of a legacy farm. And they do have an understandable expectation that their variance would continue. But again, I don't see how a lot of these comments were interesting but not applicable to future opt-out areas wanting to have variances apply to future permits, at least for cultivation. So that was my 2 cents earlier. It's still the same.
Yeah, it seems like there's, in this particular instance, we're addressing existing farms. We're not existing future farms because it's an opt-out zone where we're only addressing the handful of farms that exist. There is a concern with future opt-out zones to have these parameters fit onto those. So if we could have some type of language where the ordinance reads that variances or licenses that were established before an opt-out zone existed and have an established business shall continue to exercise the same legal rights as all other farmers, but new cultivation does not have any rights in opt-out zones, possibly, or no rights to variances.
I think it's non-profit if it's an opt-out, right? So if it's an opt-out, it can't be in the new farms. So.
Commissioner Sharp, you need to talk to your
Yeah,
microphone.
I think that if we're talking opt-out, then the concern of a new farm is probably a non-starter, right? I mean, There's no new farms coming in if it's opt-out, right?
So we're talking about existing farms that have been following the rules with the state of California and with the county, have established and invested in businesses. And because of new overlays, there is a pressure to take away these rights that they had before. And so I would propose that we just, for these licenses, if there is a variance in place and that variance is supported by the neighbors 350 feet away, then they should be able to continue to operate their business with the variance in place.
And you don't think in an opt-out area that would probably come up as a, I mean, I'm trying to imagine the instance where this would come back before us, and we're in an opt-out zone with an active legacy farm, let's say, that was granted a variance, granted a license, and now it's in an opt-out zone. And now they found themselves within that variance that was originally issued with them, with a bunch of people around them potentially that don't want them there.
So with regards to projects, it's usually projects that are within, properties that are within, for instance, 500 feet of the property zone. So somebody who lives in Coffee Creek that doesn't like somebody's license in Grass Valley Creek has a right to their opinion, but the biggest voice is the voices within the 500 feet or the 300 foot that are actually directly affected by the activity. And if that activity changes where they are not happy with that activity, it goes in front of us, and according to the statistics, it usually fails. Thus, the variance mechanism.
So if your neighbors don't like it, then your variance is pulled.
Yeah.
In essence.
In essence.
What do you guys think?
Well, I definitely think that if you've, in a sense, been grandfathered in, as Commissioner McIntosh is saying, I think it's very unfair to move the goalposts at a later date after you have established your infrastructure, you have invested in the property, in the community. And if you do have good relationship with your neighbors and those neighbors move away and someone else moves in, I don't believe you should be punished because your business plan has now changed because of the proximity to your neighbors. In regards to variances, and I know we're talking about in the opt-out area and towards cannabis, the very first person that spoke tonight is the gentleman Tyler in the back corner. He was here last month for a meeting where the county wanted him to spend $80,000 to change the grade of his driveway 2%. If it wasn't for his opportunity to get a waiver on that variance, he would have had to change everything, massive amount of money, and it was just in relation to easement, turnouts. So there has to be variances, because we can't just make people with a cookie cutter, you don't get to have a variance, because we just can't. You have to be able to do options to allow people to prosper in their community. So I think along the same lines as Commissioner McIntosh, if they were here before, their variance should carry. And as far as you said, with opt-outs, there shouldn't be any more because they're in the opt-out. So I agree with your point there also.
So, you know, Todd, I have one question that in regards to that 350-foot variance, and I've never asked. Oh, you must have setback. Oh, setback. Thank you. We voted before and stuff like that, but I've never asked this question. It came up with them, just crossed my mind just a few minutes ago. When you say 350-foot setback, are we talking, because like out there where I live in southern Trinity, is like others and everywhere else in the county is very mountainous. Are we talking linear, like if it's on a hill, it's a 350-foot drop following the grade down to the property? Is that the 350 foot? Or are we talking like 350 foot on a vertical or a horizontal plane going out to?
It's direct line of sight, you can imagine, so following the topography.
Okay.
It's 350 feet from a dwelling.
Okay, well, that's what I was thinking, but I just never asked that question, so I never had the clear understanding on that. But I would have to agree with Duncan and Rory here, that it's like if we have somebody who has already been in, they're already in the process, and they've already been established, it's like, you can't, it's like Rory said, it's like you can't just move the goal line on them. That's not just. That's really not just. And it's like, but I have to agree that it's like when you come to a non-op thing, well, it's like if you're not in the paperwork or you're not in there now, it's like, sorry. It's like it's said and done. It's like there's no variance of sneaking in or whatever underneath the rug or whatever. It's like it's done. Right.
You know, and it's worth noting that the people that come in front of us are people who are trying to do it right. They're not illegal, they're trying to be good neighbors, they're trying to go through the CEQA, the state, the county, and to just continue to make it more and more difficult. There's no incentive for these people to come in front of us. If we make it more difficult for them, we're just forcing them to go black market, as their neighbors do, as a lot.
6,000 other grows have done.
Correct. So to punish the people who are coming in front of us, and I do think we're punishing some of them, it's wrong. It's just wrong, and that's what we're here for, is to stop them. Different rules for different people or personal agendas. We have to be able to make adjustments to suit different scenarios.
So wouldn't you guys agree that if you write an ordinance,
Commissioner Sharp?
sorry, yeah, if you write an ordinance and you set a setback for something, okay, we're going to use cannabis because that's what it is. So if I say you can go grant cannabis on here with a minimum setback of 350 feet from your neighbor, you're good to go, get your license, go ahead and start spending all your $80,000 that we're making you invest in this, or whatever that count is. It's a lot, I know that, and it's a huge burden on these people. And I write an ordinance like that, and in the same ordinance, I say, and by the way, if you get closer than that 350, you've got to get a variance. And not only a variance, but an annual variance that according to you all and our public, if one of your neighbors decides that they don't like you or like what you do at any given time, that the board's going to lean towards them and pull your at least your setback and make you get back within that 350, and in nature basically cost your investment. So how do the two work together in an intelligible way? It seems like one works against the other patently, annually. Well, it's not fair to the license holder. It's almost a setup for a license holder to fail at any given moment.
Right.
It is, and it's problematic, but it forces the responsibility on the farmer to be a good neighbor, to have a good relationship with their neighbor, and to build bridges where in the past those bridges have been burned.
Have you ever heard of the Hatfield McCoys?
Well, on that note, there have been, what we hear is the variances that have issues, but there are, I would say, hundreds of variances for these ordinances, for this particular ordinance, that get processed every year. And so this mechanism, by and large, outside of these particular areas, works. There are, in the neighborhood, the community that I live in, there are dozens of variances, and not one of them has come in front of our commission. In the Trinity Pines, there's probably countless variances, and there was, in my experience here, there's been 2, and it seems like there have been personal issues with the other cultivator. And so, yes, it's problematic. Yes, it could possibly be not fair, but it's the ordinance that we have. And the question at hand is, should we allow the cultivators to continue to have the ability to have a variance? So can I put a motion on the table?
What, do you just want a straw poll? Do you just want some feedback?
We're just giving input.
We're not, this is just input.
No action. Right.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Workshop.
Good for that. Thank you. Yeah.
So that's good comments. You know, I think they're all good points for you guys to consider. I would think for all persons, stakeholders included, streamline this process to where It doesn't allow open doors for people to get angry with each other or create strife in their communities is going to be the best way. And I think if we write ordinances and codes that can be construed however you want them, depending on your mood, it's probably not a good ordinance. And I hear what you're saying, Duncan, that if you've got 3,000 other grows around you in the Pines, you're probably not going to get any complaints. Or if all your neighbors in JC grow, you're probably not going to get any complaints. But what about the guy, my neighbor? He has a grow next to me. He's expanded to every inch of his border. I don't think, when I moved there and bought property, it was a small little operation. Now he's massive. And now it's an issue. So now I have a problem with it. Before I didn't. And that's where it can go. And I'm a prime example. And there's many other people that are. And so the ordinance, it seems flawed, and it seems like it's a recipe for problems with neighbors.
But that's the broader picture. What we're trying to do is provide feedback on the opt-out issues. And so on the opt-out issues, again, I think my direction, my input to the consultant would be, I'm okay with the grandfathered licensees in opt-out areas to be able to continue to use that variance as an option. I don't think it's relevant to new applications because there aren't going to be new applications supposedly in opt-out areas.
I agree.
I agree. Yeah. And this is less planning, but just like the philosophy of being a good neighbor. I went to a farm on Grass Valley Creek. DeSantos is the name of the farmer, just to check out his plot and how far he was from his neighbors. And in that discussion, I communicated with him, the need to invest in the community, and not just as a business owner, but as a citizen, as a community member, right? Like volunteer at the fire department, pick up trash on the side of the road, with invest in your community, show your neighbors that you are invested, that you want to be here for more than just a green rush. And that really goes a long ways.
Have you followed the Hayfork Fair, just by chance? The amount of money generated there, it's an obscene amount of money, and that is all cannabis cultivators putting money back into the community that they live in.
Yep.
Huge amount of money. The kids go to school here. I believe they're establishing roots, and especially the people that come in front of us.
Okay, let's stay on topic, guys. So, again,
The other discussion question was whether or not you should have annual renewals, and I'm in favor of annual renewals to have that option to, have people say, well, because we're going to talk about potentially transfer of licenses and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you have a new owner that comes in and he's not a good neighbor, and so that annual look-in, I can see a benefit to that.
Yeah, I agree. It shouldn't be any different than the variance for non-opt-out areas, which is an annual variance.
Okay. I think we've pretty well covered that. Is everybody good? Okay, so I think we'll bring it back to staff and roll back to item 1.
So, can you repeat, please, if you're working through the agenda, you guys answer this question I discussed in the way?
Well, it's fine, it's Wild West.
We're working through it. So, next item.
Do we go to item 1?
Go to item 1.
That sounds great. Could you please put up slide number 8? Thank you. This discussion item has a title, Area-Specific Considerations.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Thank you. So the county's authority to consider new or amended opt-out areas derives from its authority to protect the general public health, safety, and welfare of the community. And the opt-out controls are really a form of basic zoning control. And so for that reason, at least from a kind of a legal perspective or a planning perspective, it's important that the basis for the creation of the new or amended opt-out areas be clear, that it be substantiated, that it be consistent, that it be unique to the area under consideration, and that it not have adverse social equity outcomes. There's some examples here on the slide of criteria that could be included. For example, water quality and quantity concerns might be unique to a particular area, or unique topography or geographic conditions, excuse me, infrastructure such as road conditions or capacity, or utility or service constraints, safety, crime, nuisance, compliance history, illegal activity, also potentially land use compatibility or even community character concerns. And there may even be other appropriate factors. So the two questions that were posed for this particular item would be, does the Planning Commission agree that these considerations are relevant? And are there other relevant area-specific considerations? And I should add that ideally, as these opt-outs are coming forward, whether it comes from the community or from staff, for each area of concern, there would be information actually provided that documents how the proposed opt-out area experiences that issue in a way that's unique from other regions individually and from the county as a whole, and then that helps establish that substantiation for the decision. So with that, I turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. Any comments from commissioners?
Yeah, I have two. So I'm just curious, the EIR listed public input, population size, and density as something to be considered in determining opt-out areas, and I didn't see that here. But I know some of the kind of proposals for opt-out areas have come through public petitions, you know, polling of neighbors and stuff. So I'm wondering if that should be a criteria too.
I think it could be. Some of the items you just said, I actually had in item number 2, and there's no magic to that, so I think they are covered, and I think your point's well taken. And if you feel like they belong in this discussion item, there's a little bit of blending between some of these, so I think that that's fine.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking at the EIR and seeing that they thought that that should be considered, and I thought it should be considered, so I asked. The other point I had was, when we were originally talking about the opt-out areas, we were looking at, I would call it community character. So that community character discussion included kind of the economic drivers, economic basis of different specific areas. And so, you know, something like, you know, Hayfork has an agricultural history and logging with the mill and all that. You know, the community character ended up being, you know, more conducive to cultivation. The opt-out area that I live in, you know, I've been totally factual about that, is the Trinity Center CSD. And that Highway 3 corridor between the lake and the wilderness is focused more on recreation and retirement, second homes as their economic drivers. And so is there a way to consider kind of that economic basis, you know, of those different geographic areas when you're looking at suitability for it to be an opt-out area? That was done in the past. I'm just curious whether or not that could be a criteria in the future, or if it's already just in that community character verbiage.
I would say that that's a worthwhile distinction to call out. If the commission feels like that's an important criteria, I think that's a worthwhile distinction.
Because I know that the input that I had from some of the Lewiston expansion opt-out people, you know, if you look at their comments, was that they feel they are a recreation and a retirement and a second home and a, you know, neighborhood community. So I don't know how that reflects.
I would think that all of Trinity County feels that way.
Well,
what you just described is what I grew up with.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, some people maybe would feel it stronger than others, I don't know.
Right.
Maybe they can document it better, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, questions?
Yeah, so I believe that there are many communities in Trinity County that have a community plan for their particular town, and so that the information of the values and the economic drivers could be found in that, even though they're kind of
old.
They're a little bit outdated.
That's a good point.
That being said, this question would be for Mr. Colbeck. So with regards to this list of water quality, topography, roads, land use compatibility, aren't these all factors that are addressed in the countywide EIR and then mitigated with the site-specific CEQA and the Schedule C?
I'll just clarify, Appendix C.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
Schedule
Appendix
C,
C.
IRS time is coming up, I suppose. Yes, functionally they are. However, there are recognizable limitations to the EIR because it analyzed the county as a whole, but did not analyze individual locations. So if you're speaking to specific watersheds, for example, the EIR did not analyze individual watersheds to a degree that you could answer a question of whether it should be an opt-out or not. So, for example, in following this process, should you wish to choose or to agree with these parameters that were just outlined to you, and water quality or water quantity is one of those, you would then follow that up with a petition or a resolution that creates an opt-out built around water quantity as one of the primary concerns. I hope that answers it, but what we're talking about here is keeping these categories of something of concern, and I'm suggesting that the EIR was not positioned to answer that for the entire county or for individual watersheds.
Right, the EIR is meant to address it on a cumulative average level, and where there are concentrations of cultivation that might have a different effect on the environment. Is that, versus places that have less cultivation might have less impact on the total environment than places that have more cultivation. Is that what you're implying?
In a way, yes, in terms of cumulative impacts in that section of the EIR, it's one where the assumption is if you follow the mitigations applicable to those site conditions, then you should not have a cumulative impact.
Right.
But that mitigation will also have to be tailored to that site. I guess what I'm really trying to do is draw a distinction here between recognizing the limits of the EIR, so for that particular criteria of an environmental nature, and the more geographic or location-specific considerations for an opt-out.
And are there scientific mechanisms to establish if a geographic area or a cultural area has enough water to be of concern to create an opt-out zone?
There are techniques, yes, they are very expensive and take quite a while in order to develop. And that is one reason that we did not do that for the EIR, is the degree of difficulty and time frame included in analyzing any one particular watershed, let alone the entire county. So it is possible with a geomorphologist that I am not, or geologist or hydrologist. But theoretically it is possible for a certain location, yes.
And then the responsibility of if a community comes forth with a water quality issue, would that responsibility be on the farmer who is signed up with the Water Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife to analyze the valley as a whole? Or would it be on the responsibility of the opt-out zone property owners as a whole to undergo that very expensive analysis of an opt-out region?
To be honest, I can't answer that question. It is too hypothetical, and it's too speculative, honestly, because it's one that's assuming a condition as a primary condition of an opt-out being water quality or water quantity, excuse me.
It's number one on the list.
One on the list.
I mean, it's not, there's no numbers, but it's on the top of the list. Water quality and quantity concern. So that's not a hypothetical, that is.
Well, it is for me to be able to answer the question in terms of an opt-out that would be prescribed in the future. And so also, it's prescriptive for me or speculative for me to know what the burden would be or who the burden would be upon to rationalize any of these potential parameters for wishing to declare an opt-out.
Thank you.
I would happily defer to Heidi on some.
I was just going to explain, Commissioner, that the listing of these was not intended to suggest a recommended order. It was really just more a list for consideration in terms of your discussion. So I didn't want to give the impression that we were actually suggesting that should be the #1 decision for an opt-out.
Right, right. I'm assuming that these lists are probably reasons that you've heard the concerns for reasons for opt-outs.
They're in the EIR.
They're in the EIR. Okay.
The EIR does highlight, by sake of conversation, the South Fork Trinity River area, and it does recognize, in terms of a regulatory setting, the potential for, I believe, Fish and Wildlife or possibly the Water Board to designate those areas as essentially no-growth areas. So there is that component of the EIR that is called out already, just as a sidebar.
And also with regards to infrastructure, roads, and carrying capacity, does not the EIR address those issues?
I can say that it does in terms of analyzing the potential traffic or impacts of a commercial activity on an individual road and ascribes mitigations to address those impacts, both related to emergency access as well as road geometry or any water quality concerns. Yes, those mitigations do exist for single site operations. However, an opt-out, I think, gets back to, in relation to roads, gets back to the character question that we just had, the community character and the recognition of other businesses that may be impacted. The EIR did not analyze that in terms of the overall community or business or economic drivers of a particular area, whereas an opt-out may take those into consideration and come to the conclusion that it is justifiable, that the traffic concerns related to a cannabis industry are not compatible with those other uses.
Right. And then just kind of going down the line, safety, crime, nuisances, compliant history, and or illegal activity. We're talking about legal activity here, right? And so how would for there to be an opt-out zone because of illegal activity, an opt-out zone for legal activities, it seems like it's apples and oranges.
Yeah, although the EIR did mention illegal cannabis operations or abandoned cultivation sites. So I'm assuming that's kind of where you started from, was the EIR when you were working down developing this list.
We did, although I will say in my experience that these types of issues are really commonly debated issues for a number of sensitivity issues related to community. So not just cannabis, but other issues. These same types of categories are often used to decide if you should have special regulations for one area versus another, or a special overlay on one area versus another. So they are fairly common categories.
Right on, thank you.
I wish to reiterate that this list, and particularly the way this list, what's at top of the list, for example, it is not one that's specifically tailored to Trinity County or to cannabis specifically, but as Mrs. Chuda had just mentioned, it is a general category of concerns that would relate to this land use sort of structure. So just to reiterate that.
Thank you for that clarity.
Any other questions, commissioners? No? Good. I think we're going to take a short recess here, 10 minutes. Why don't we reconvene at 8:52?
have you talk about the ordinance. A lot of applicants in the court.
If I
I'm going to go ahead and bring this meeting back to order. We are now open for public comment on item 1, area-specific consideration.
Before we start that, may I just make a small statement, a housekeeping statement if I could. Ms. Mistrevsky, administrative clerk, doesn't have all the keys, honestly, to this Zoom function here at the moment, not like we typically do. So I just want to highlight for those on Zoom is to please make sure to police your own microphone and video, that you're not on our screen or otherwise talking over the room here, talking over the meeting. So if we need to make that comment again for those listening on Zoom now, I'm happy to do that, but just please help us in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Colbeck. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open item 1 to public comment. Please state your name.
My name is Rhoda Kane. I am out on East Fork Road in the North Lake area. So I guess item number 1 and number 2, I'm a little fuzzy on exactly specifically which one of it fits into, but it seems like they're both kind of the same. So I'm just going to, first of all, read a definition for you. The definition of discrimination is treatment or consideration of, or making a distinction in favor of or against a person or thing based on the group, class, or category to which that person or thing belongs, rather than on individual merit. So, I was observing as I was looking through the packet that we all had to look at for this meeting and the agenda, and I was looking through the letters, and I noticed that out of the 52 letters that were submitted, 29 of them were residents. And out of the 52 letters that were submitted, 17 of those letters include statements like saying that cannabis cultivators are drug users, dealers, trash, abomination, people from all these other lands, inherently dangerous, dishonest and criminal activity, murderers, people that have unvetted employees who could be hiding from law enforcement, people that are focused on personal commercial endeavors versus...
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt, but can I really just, if you've got something to comment about the area, maybe roads, how it affects you, or water quality.
Right.
We've read everything you're reading.
Right, I understand that you did. All I'm saying is that one of the things that we're here to discuss is whether or not these are based on facts and data, and so that's all. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other comments?
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Eddie Fernandez. I live in 310 Coffin Road in Lewiston. I feel like my farm is probably one of the reasons we're all here. I've been here since 2016, so when I hear Carol talk about being grandfathered in, being in the water board before 2017, I'm one of those people, and I certainly was in the original, outside the original opt-out, so it got expanded on and now I'm in it. But I was told by the Board of Supervisors in a June meeting that I was grandfathered in because of my location and my good track record with the county. You know, I'm a loving husband and father. I'm not a drug dealer. I don't use drugs. I moved here from San Diego way back then because I saw economic opportunity and I wanted to take it. And I moved here to raise my 2 kids, and all I want to do is put them through college. I'm not a troublemaker. I'd love to meet people in my community. I stay to myself. I don't really know many people here. I just focus on my business. I have my own brand. I'm in 100 dispensaries. I have my own distribution. You know, as far as the county, I've been told I've been a good steward of the land. Like, I've had Leslie Hubbard at my farm originally. I've got a CE since 2018. And as a matter of fact, I feel let down by the county because I asked the county in 2018, hey, I'll go get my own CEQA because I see this come around the corner because of state requirements. And they told me, no, you're good, don't worry about it, you don't need a CEQA, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I come here in June and they're like, you better get a CEQA. I jump on it right away. My renewal's turned in at the county with my CEQA. I'm waiting on the county. So here I am suffering and, you know, waiting on the county. As far as like water quality concerns for question 1, I have incredible water rights on the Grass Valley Creek and I don't even use them. I take a very little bit of water every year to fill my pond because evaporation drops it a few feet and my lawyer advised me that if I didn't use it, I'd lose it. So of course I use it, but I don't use it for any cannabis, not one drop. I don't even use it for irrigation. I literally have my own permitted wells, multiple permitted wells. So I don't feel like I have any issues with water quality concerns, which I know originally started this movement to opt out. Because when I came here in June, it was Friends of Grass Valley Creek. I've been the biggest friend of Grass Valley Creek. I don't even take water from Grass Valley Creek. You know, the winery, I've tried to meet her. She's a nice lady, and I know that she's had personal issues with us because we're next to her. I would love to talk it out with her and work it out like a community should. I've tried, and I'm not saying she hasn't, but I feel like we just haven't been able to come to anything. I think her property is beautiful. I think the area is beautiful. I love where I'm at, you know, so I want to get more clarification on the whole grandfathered in thing because...
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you for your time.
Adrian Keys, Hay Fork again. I suppose I should mention also there's new people on the board or the commission. I'm also the president of the Trinity County Ag Alliance, one of the founding members, so part of an organization. As far as this area-specific concerns, one of the first things that isn't on the considerations, which I think should be, is mapping requirements. Like how are these areas determined? They're not political boundaries, they're not geographic boundaries, they're kind of arbitrary boundaries. And I'm very concerned that, especially if we're looking at codifying this and then possibly seeing more opt-outs in the future, that gerrymandering will be done to scoop up a given number of votes. So you know you'll have the amount of votes. So you make one little line and you get somebody. You know, how will that be addressed? That's a question for the future. Water quality and quantity. There are many alternative water storage possibilities. There could be a rain catch. There could be 3 50,000-gallon permitted water storage tanks that could then be used beneficially. Both of those, a pond or these tanks, have the beneficial plus of being able to be used as emergency reserve in case of a fire. I think water storage should not just be, it should be encouraged for everybody in the county. The county should be approaching DFW for Proposition 1 grants right now. They're flying grants right now that could get people in this county increased water storage, and I don't believe that that's happening. The community character, I think cultivation type has a lot to do with that. I fully understand Commissioner Fall's concerns for the tourist areas in the North County. Cultivation can be a beautiful thing. Cultivation can be a driver of agritourism business. In fact, it is. You know, we're in contact with a business out of the Bay Area that does tours of cannabis farms. That's their entire business. Is they load people in a bus, they drive into rural municipalities where they spend tons of money, but they won't come here yet because we don't have any dispensaries. They need to have dispensaries. Beside the point. The tourism in the North County is viable. I mean, especially with the Trinity Alps, the river and the lake are a little bit more questionable. But you could actually buffer that with agritourism. And so you could address cultivation type in that. Like regenerative, sustainable, in-the-ground cultivation with diverse species of plants is a lot different than an industrial cannabis operation. And that is a methodology that people are employing across the state, myself included. And the impaired watersheds. There are potentially impaired watersheds that have been declared by Fish and Wildlife, State Water Board. State Water Board has the right at any moment to curtail your well water use. Right now.
Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you for your time, Adrian. Any other comments from the chamber?
Evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Tom Malenko, Douglas City. On this issue, the area-specific considerations, I think the conversation that a few of the commissioners had with staff at the beginning is very relevant here, because there may be a narrow path we can walk here. It's not a broad avenue between our EIR saying we have mitigation measures to address all these impacts, and then saying, oh, these impacts mean we need carve-outs in this zone. And at the same time, on our staff report under environmental review, saying, we've already checked this out with the EIR. I'm not saying those things aren't correct, but this is a narrow path, and I would lean on your counsel for that, to find out how we can say, okay, our EIR says that if you do X, Y, Z mitigation measures, water is not a significant impact. And at the same time saying, because of 4 farms on Grass Valley Creek, we need to opt out because of the impacts on water. This is a delicate path. So, I mean, look, I'm a cultivator. I'm going to come down on the side of, I think the entirety of Trinity County is unique. I think the original carve-outs have certain geographical uniquities, Weaverville, Trinity Center. I don't have enough specific knowledge about Rush Creek to comment on that geographically speaking. Lewiston, I think, comparatively to other agriculture that is there, I don't see cannabis being an impact other than things that are supposedly addressed by mitigation measures in our EIR. In a perfect world, this would have been done by zoning. And I wish we could do this by zoning. I know that doesn't give us the fast result that we need with these expiring urgency ordinances. But ultimately, this is really appropriately addressed by zones. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Veronica Kelly Alves, Douglas City. I agree with Tom on this is really zoning. It would be nice if we had cannabis-specific areas. I think in area-specific ideas for these opt-out areas, realizing that we're talking a lot about water, but there are a lot of things even within the EIR that you say can be mitigated, but there are some things that the mitigation sometimes is worse than, or not worse, just as bad. Odor. Odor is another big nuisance. That's hard to mitigate. So what you do is you take it indoors, and then you have a big greenhouse, which then, you know, mars your beautiful view if you're in a more recreational area. You know, I live in an area where there's a piece of property that has rural residential road addresses. And if that then becomes developed, that could cause issues for our rural residential neighborhood. There are a lot of different considerations, I think, that should be taken, and I think you've covered a lot of them. But, you know, it's not just about water. There are a lot of other things, and there are mitigating in the EIR, and that's fantastic. But sometimes, you know, it's not 100% perfect, and we're never going to get that, obviously. But it does, you know, the characteristics, you mentioned that earlier, the character of an area, I think that's a super important thing to take into account. We're eventually going to get to our general plan. You know, we're working with something really old, but most of that still holds true in the character of these places and the heart of what we started that long ago. And we're going to build upon it, but it still does hold true. So those should also be taken a look at when you're looking at the area specifics of what should be considered for an opt-out area. If all the neighbors want it, and they should have a clear defined line, but I think that should be something to be taken into consideration as well.
Thank you for your time.
Chris Williams, Weaverville. It is a privilege to participate in a workshop that comes in the wake of a long, steady assault on commercial cannabis farms in our community. In Lewiston, for example, I believe there's 119 parcels in this opt-out area. Tonight we're talking about, what, 5 or 6 farms, or probably the next 12 hours. So it's a tiny percentage of land in Lewiston. We are allowing fear and misinformation to dictate what happens in our county. Why else are we here at this workshop? You can't discriminate against a business.
Okay, ma'am, I really need you to stay specific.
I'm coming up to some.
Okay, you've already beat this one.
All right, so each one of the cultivators in these opt-out areas have to be in compliance with 1,307 pages of site-specific guidelines and regulations. 1,307 pages, and that's the least. I counted them today. They go over every single aspect of a farm in Lewiston, who can be an owner, what buildings are allowed, taxes to be paid in the state and community, and ways to lessen their environmental footprint. So why do we continue to punish small business farmers in our community and using all their times and resources to be good actors, good stewards of our shared environment? Cannabis farmers, we talk about water, submit annual water use reports, and one for each diversion, if they have a diversion. They use water meters and practice conservation methods. There's CEQA documents, we talk a lot about odor. These are real odor control mitigation plans. There's light mitigations. Outraged over tree removal on a property? Well, for every one oak tree that a farmer has to remove on their land, they have to replace them with 15 other oak trees elsewhere on their parcel. So maybe we should shift our focus on the largest landowners in our county that remove trees as their primary source of business. So what's the point of these 1,307 pages that include our local and state ordinances? That's hundreds of thousands of dollars and hundreds of thousands of hours spent on trying to navigate this business. And just a reminder that rural residential allows for farms of horses, mules, cattle, emus, chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, peafowl, guinea fowl, rabbits, mink, chinchilla, frogs, which I love, hogs, turkey, cattle, dogs, and cats. So that's talk about some odor. Thank you.
Okay, can we keep the clapping, folks? Let's just stay professional. We're not cheerleading. We're just hearing people.
Hi, Jeffrey Zinnia. You know, the potential to sweep the rug out from under a small business owner is pretty big with these new opt-out zones, or how the county decides to go about defining them. I hate to think that, you know, where I'm at in Southern Trinity, big parcels, unclassified zoning, which allow agricultural use and resource extraction. All the resources in my valley got burnt to a crisp in 2020, and the cows made it, and my greenhouses made it. And I saved my house, lost my barn, lost a bunch of other stuff. But my infrastructure made it. And my neighbor's infrastructure made it. Lost his house too, house up the hill, lost that. My neighbors either don't care about cannabis.
Sir, can you tell?
I'm getting to it.
Okay.
To think that somebody who can't see, smell, or hear me could sweep my business out from under me after I've invested and sacrificed to build it disgusts me. That's even being thought of. If you can't see, smell, or hear me, how am I bothering you? Why can somebody at the other end of my valley tell me I can't be in business anymore? I'm a good neighbor. I get along with everybody. The county, you guys need to take those things into consideration. Where are these people? So, because some of you guys are against cannabis anywhere. My farm doesn't affect any of you people. So somebody who's a mile away, 10 miles away, 100 miles away, shouldn't have any say on what I'm doing on my little end of the valley that's surrounded by people that are like-minded. They're big parcels. They're remote, as remote as it gets in this county.
Do you have something specific to the opt-outs?
I think I'm being pretty specific as to how you guys need to go about defining these zones, because it's going to be people bringing this to you. It's not going to be, you know, some staff member saying, hey, let's eliminate it here. And so what I'm trying to express is that the people around my farm all get letters. They're big parcels.
So it's not very many people, and some of those parcels are national forests. I don't want to hear from somebody that's a mile away who can't see, smell, or hear me, and try and sweep my business out from under me.
Thanks for your comments, sir. Is there any more comments in regards to area-specific considerations?
Go ahead.
So, Sally Barrow, Bear Creek Road, District 1. I would just ask, I mean, I don't think we're discussing whether or not there should be opt-outs tonight. I hope that's not where
No, we're not.
I hope we're past that. So, I would just ask that that you would take into consideration in a huge way what the people who live there think. If this gentleman has neighbors that don't care, great. That's the way it should be. And this lady who has a lot of neighbors who love her and support her situation, I think that's awesome. But in my neighborhood, nobody wants there to be commercial cannabis in my neighborhood. We have, for many reasons, which I could go over if you want me to, but I'm just saying, it's talking about equitable decisions and adverse social equity outcomes, and I don't really know what that means, but I hope it doesn't mean that just because the majority of people in an area think one thing, that their opinions don't matter because of some kind of social equity thing. In our neighborhood, nobody wants commercial cannabis. That's it, and I'm in the Rush Creek opt-out area. Nobody does, except for the one grower that's there, which however we decide to handle that is how we decide. But please consider the people who live there, who've worked their whole life to live there. I'm not a rich person that is retired here from the Bay Area. I've been a waitress since 1974. My husband pounds nails. We work hard. Just as hard as this lovely gal has. We deserve to be heard and respected, I believe. So that's just what I want to say. Please consider the people that already live there.
Thank you for your time.
Lisa Wright, Lewiston, area-specific considerations. First, I'm really kind of surprised that we're talking about the Grass Valley Urgency Ordinance because that's currently in litigation. And one of the reasons it's in litigation is that no tangible facts have been presented that there is any risk to the health, safety, or welfare in these areas from legal cannabis farms. Redlining is not an allowable government practice. We are here to talk about whether there should be opt-outs or not. That's a fallacy that someone, if they think we're only here to talk about proceeding with opt-outs, that's not correct. I don't believe opt-outs are legal, and I don't believe they should exist. In fact, it's segregation and it's discrimination against someone because of their chosen occupation in an industry that is legal in California and in Trinity County. Trinity County Cannabis Ordinance requires that you have a residence and a dwelling, so most of these farmers live here. To try to push them out and say they're not allowed when the zoning type is an allowable zoning use, you're discriminating against them based on their source of income. That's against state code. It's also against state code to have these arbitrary zoning carve-outs that are not compliant with the zoning allowances. So what you're doing here, you're drawing lines to anybody decides, pulling in ag, parcels, pulling in whatever. They just take a broad swath with no basis. This is in violation of state government code. We presented this before and it's been ignored by the commission before. We're asking you to actually take a look at the code. It's not allowable to redline. It's discrimination and this will be pursued. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, Tyler Thompson, Burnt Ranch, and I just have a comment in regards to the general criteria for creating these opt-outs. And I think some of the fear amongst those that are in the opt-outs are, the removal of license or additional regulation put upon them in the future. If it's this now, what is it next year? I also have empathy for people that live in the opt-outs that have worked very hard and genuinely have concerns for their neighborhood. I don't remember the ordinance writer's name, but I feel Heidi mentioned that criteria is required other than I don't like it to get one of these opt-out areas. And I think with facts provided and justification, there can be room for them, but consideration should be put to those that were already in those opt-outs and for precedent set for creating future opt-outs in areas that already have commercial cannabis and for areas that could in the future have commercial cannabis due to the existing ordinance as it was written 6 years ago. So my concern is for both parties involved, I guess, for the ones that have put substantial work into creating the opt-outs, not necessarily getting their voice heard, but also for the future precedent of opt-outs that could be created. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, Matthew Jefferson, I live in District 1, I own the cannabis farm in East Fork. Okay, I'm going to try to just, I've been reading this over and over again. Reason for creation of new or amended opt-out areas. The reasons should be clear, substantiated, consistent, and unique to the area. In my specific situation, I am in an opt-out zone from the beginning, and you can look at the memo letters too. There was one letter that came in about Trinity Center. That was obviously not a grower. And he said, why are we talking about this? Nothing should be changed.
I actually read that.
I don't personally see any clear, substantiated, or consistent reasons. No one on either side of the Coffee Creek area, of that area, has brought up any reason for any change. So in this, and I might not be taking this, but I don't see it relevant for the Coffee Creek volunteer fire district there, that nobody wants the one grandfathered farm to leave. You know, and that, I think I'm gonna get a little off topic, but that like, they're all unique. You know, like I respect Lewiston. They don't want, if every single person in the neighborhood doesn't want weed there, I mean, this is a democracy, right?
That's right.
You know, but at the same time, you know, and like she said, every single person that lives in my valley, and that includes Keith Groves, and I can't speak for him, but he's not trying to kick me out. But I also have the retired sheriff, Laura Craig, lives on my road. Like everybody welcomes us. We're accepted in our community, and I just hope that we can have the right to stay, you know. I've been cultivating weed here since 2006. I was downriver in Burnt Ranch, and I read your comments in the newspaper. And when I had a piece of property in Burnt Ranch that I was renting that I couldn't get licensed. And my landlord wasn't into trying to get it different. And I wanted to participate in this program. So I found, and as soon as the law came in, all the properties down there were $1 million. Well, the property that I could afford, that fit the law, where I didn't need a variance, and I was like, this is it, this is perfect. It's got a house, I'm not on a sensitive watershed, like yes. So I got that one, you know, because it was right with the law, and I wanted to do this, I want to support this. I've been growing weed here a long time, and I want to put my money into the county too, you know, and well, I'm just getting off topic. But
no, you're not. Actually, you're staying on it, and I appreciate it.
But I guess that's what I hope that you guys can have open minds and open hearts and see that every situation is unique and different. And I'm just a farmer. I grow produce, veggie starts, eggs, and yeah, I grow cannabis too. And that's part of what makes my small farm survive, you know? I have to diversify. That's a small farmer in America, you know? But thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Crystal Bell, Lewiston. Speaking directly to the area-specific considerations, the topic that we're on here, I do want to weigh in and say that I believe that all issues that are listed here should be taken into consideration when dealing with considering whether an opt-out or actually anywhere you're thinking about putting a license of any kind of nature in these areas. But to weigh in directly on the water quality concerns and the quantity concerns discussion earlier amongst yourselves, I do not think that it would be fair or that it should be the responsibility of the opt-out to determine or pay for or be taxed with whether or not a cannabis operation or testing to see if a cannabis operation would have an impact on water quality or quantity in the area. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up and say that shouldn't be up to the opt-out, nor, it's really the county's responsibility to make sure that that is taken care of at the time of licensing. So I just wanted to agree that these things should be taken into consideration for opt-outs, just as they should really for any type of license in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Dana from Hayfork. As far as fair goes, a winery uses, I'm not sure, I don't own a winery, how much water? It would be interesting to know how much compared to a cannabis cultivation.
300 million.
Or more.
Keep it this way, please.
And then what it seems like, and as far as social equity goes, is times have evolved and cannabis is legal. If you don't like it, that I'm sorry. But it's legal, and you can't decide where a legal business goes just because you don't like it. Period. It doesn't work that way. It's been voted in.
Actually, ma'am, it does work that way. That's how all commercial goes.
Take you no time.
Stop mansplaining.
So, in rural residential, it is allowed. It's allowable in our county. And that I didn't get specific enough, so thank you, Commissioner Sharp. What I hear is that healing, as cheesy as it sounds, needs to happen. It's a bunch of neighbors, community members living next to each other, not talking to each other and communicating, period. We don't need to argue about it for hours with hundreds of man-hours of resources. 5 people need to sit down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any on Zoom?
Brant Guttermuth?
All right, can you hear me? And
Yes.
thanks for this, let me see here, I think I'm gonna turn up on the screen. Anyway, I appreciate this this review of opt-out areas.
Can you
And
state where you're from, Brant?
Oh yeah, I'm from District 1, I'm on East Branch Road, which has, I am speaking in favor of an opt-out area that's been initiated in the East Branch area. And I agree entirely that there needs to be very specific area criteria and concerns upon which opt-out areas are based on. And water quality is certainly one of those criteria. And one thing I would point out, I do agree with Mr. Keys that we should store water, and that's a very valuable resource. But right now we don't have the ability to do that. It is expensive to set that up. So we are in our 3rd year of drought in a row, and there was another one within the last 5. So one thing I'd point out that the water that is used for cannabis growing on East Branch would be used for fish and wildlife, endangered fish in the creeks and in the Trinity River. So I'm okay with grandfathered in areas when an opt-out is created, and perhaps you'd look at those every 3 years, or, you know, I agree, we need to work with folks to keep their livelihood. But once an opt-out area is made, like the one that's proposed in East Branch, there would be no new applications in these opt-out areas once it's created, so no variances once it's created. I think that's about it. So I really appreciate you folks, the Planning Commission and the county staff working on trying to create specific criteria upon which we can support these opt-outs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
I've screen named Jay Vorp. Could you state your name and your community, please?
John Vorpal from Weaverville. And I just have a quick question. All of the discussions tonight has been about using opt-outs to ban cannabis in certain areas. Are there other considerations for using opt-outs that can be applied for purposes different than banning cannabis? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else on Zoom?
Ryan Tarbell.
Good evening, Ryan Tarbell, Hayfork. So these area-specific concerns are, in my opinion, are sort of beating around the bush and not really addressing the actual problem, which is, these smaller parcels in rural residential neighborhoods, and increased impacts that are caused in these smaller parcel areas. And as a few previous speakers have alluded to, it's really a zoning matrix would help solve this problem a lot easier than trying to develop these area-specific parameters that can identify these areas. So I would really like to see us head in more that direction for new cultivation licensing, having some sort of zoning matrix. I have a little issue with the safety, crime, nuisance, compliance history, illegal activity, area-specific concern. Really, one of the problems with these opt-out areas is, people in these communities go to all this time trying to create this opt-out area, thinking that they're gonna, eradicate cannabis cultivation, and maybe they would eliminate 1 or 2 licensed farms, but they're still left with all this, unlicensed cultivation in their neighborhood, which, this safety, crime, nuisance, compliance, history, illegal activity, that's really what that's speaking to, is the unlicensed activity, or at least the majority of it. So I'm not sure if that really has a place here, or if a parameter like that is used, then I would say all licensed cannabis activity needs to be eliminated before that criteria factor is imposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else on Zoom?
Nancy Anderson.
Yes, I agree with the speaker just before me about, I think that one of the specific considerations should be an area's parcel, like the dominant parcel size, the population density that brings. That's got to be one of the special considerations, and why certain areas have more conflict over cannabis than others. I think what doesn't get said is that these are commercial size operations. if, for example, I know that there's other types of agriculture that require a permit or licensing, like poultry, hogs, cattle. They have sights and smells and sounds, and I know when I was looking into researching alpacas on my property, there's a limit of 12 animals per certain number of acreage for obvious reasons. I just believe that because of the nature of the size and the amount of nuisance sounds and sights and smells that come out of a commercial-sized development, that there has to be some sort of consideration given to an area that has a predominantly small parcel size, that has, just by historically who lives there, a predominance of people that would prefer not to have those sights and smells. I think that it fits under those other appropriate factors that, is kind of the last bullet item that has to be taken into consideration for a specific geographic location. Another thing that may not be being discussed is Lewiston is a valley, and that has an impact on how that smell gets trapped in a certain area. So I think there are special considerations that need to be looked at when considering future opt-outs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else on Zoom?
Glenn Hansen.
Thank you for your time. I hope you can hear me. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Abbott and Kinderman in Sacramento. We represent a number of small counties in California on land use and environmental issues. And we also represent several licensed cannabis growers in Trinity County. Now, why are we here? According to the comments of the commissioners and the staff tonight, the workshop is designed to consider or work toward, and I quote, ordinance amendments and to quote, make a better ordinance. And that's why we're having this discussion on the consideration of area-specific criteria. Now, the county has a good ordinance in place and a certified CEQA document that supports it. A CEQA document that is certainly based upon and is already considered existing land use and area-specific criteria. What the county needs to do now is to process the many applications that have been submitted under the existing ordinance with the existing area-specific criteria. As far as we know, it's been 14 months since the county has processed any applications, and those numbers of how many pending applications were.
Sir, do you have anything specific to add to the conversation? We do understand our lack of being able to process stuff timely.
Yes. The existing ordinance and its supporting EIR mitigates the specific considerations and issues that were listed in that slide number 8. So if the county starts to change or revise the ordinance or writes a new ordinance based on new or specific different land use or area specific criteria, what's going to happen is that the county will now have to go back, redo its CEQA analysis. So if the county staff or commission changes the land use or area specific criteria that's now under consideration on that slide, the county is going to have to perform that new CEQA analysis. And the reason that I wanted to make these comments on behalf of several growers is that we just wanted to be clear that that is the road that the county, or I should say the commission and staff, seems to be considering at this time, and we want to make it extremely clear that we start changing, altering, modifying area-specific considerations like those listed, we will need to go back and redo that CEQA document. And we just wanted to be that absolutely clear that that's really what's going on here potentially. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Screen tag LM. Please state your name and where you're from.
Good evening, Liz McIntosh from District 4. Chair Sharp, I gotta thank you in a meeting like this for your patience with the clapping and the booing or anything that ensues, because literally without even knowing it, you're all playing a major role in having a deep impact on many young families who depend on this industry to be able to raise their families in this glorious county, and we thank you for your service. My concern on this issue is about legal viability, and I'd just really love to hear if County Council could elaborate on the best way to go about creating an opt-out zone, how that goes in general. Is it traditionally done through overlays, which is a known planning tool with clear goals and processes we can all kind of wrap our heads around? Because our prior approach of opting out like water districts where water and ag zones actually exist for water dependent crops, it just doesn't make sense. We have an opportunity to do it better here, and I'm concerned that we aren't putting ourselves in a sort of like legal liability by using guidelines that don't speak to the actual activity that's proposed, but rather on lines developed for other purposes. I don't oppose opt-out, or for that matter, opt-in zones, but I want to move forward in a way, as my friend Adrian has said in the past, a way that is litigiously well-heeled for our county. I want to draw a balance between those who've chosen to retire here and those who've chosen to build an economy and raise their families. I think that's important, but I think it should be built on a legal premise. So I hope you can all follow your own laws and that County Council can lead us in a good way, and I thank you for trying to thread this needle.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else on Zoom? All right, anybody else on the floor?
Okay, Dave, sorry, I'm going to talk about water again. One of the problems that, opt-out neighborhoods, et cetera, that we have in this county is we've had a population since I've been alive of around 12,500, 13,500 in this county, and there's a reason for that, because we have limited water resources. That's why we don't have massive agriculture in this county. We got plenty of people who can grow beautiful apples here, just don't have the water. And to get the water, you had to create ditches, et cetera. Now you can pipe and pump if you have the water board's permission. I have a pre-1914 water right, doesn't do me a bit of good because there's no water in Reddings Creek. It's been overpopulated up the canyon, and so I have a preeminent water right I can't use. So the problem with our current, Appendix C, is it's just a self-licking ice cream with the water. The county has no records whatsoever other than surface water, and the water board has no records other than surface water. So the county just turns it over to the water board turns it back over to the county to determine whether or not you can put another house or a cultivation grow or an apple orchard in a specific location. So what's basically happening is absolutely nothing. So the neighbors down the water course are just without water. And that's the only recourse that we have in Trinity County in order to determine if there's enough water, is to put something up in front, drill another well, and then find out afterwards, oops, Albies doesn't have water anymore, which I don't. So my apple orchard is just about gone. There's just not enough water ever anymore. So prior right considerations are just obliterated because the county does not have a water policy. So when a new grow goes in, doesn't matter what it is, there is no vehicle in this county to determine whether or not the water that's taken from that new venture will affect anybody else down here. It's certainly affected me and my neighbors who are on the same pre-1914 water right. So until you guys fix that, and it's millions of dollars according to David, but there should be a record of how many wells are out there, how many people are pulling from a creek. There isn't. Why? So I know it's expensive, but that is one of your main problems. The other is fix the zoning. If we have zoning for marijuana and zoning for residential, this problem just disappears. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I do want to ask staff on that question. What is the matrix in CEQA for water? I mean, because shouldn't that be part of the CEQA?
Yes, it's substantial for the CEQA. Right. So there is a hydrology section in the EIR, yes, if that's what you're referring to.
Sure.
Yes.
And there's also language in the ER that says that opt-out areas can be used to mitigate groundwater concerns. I mean, I'm reading page 2.2, And it says establishment of opt-out areas would, page 2.2. It says establishment of opt-out areas would provide opportunities to reduce some of the cannabis program environmental impacts to local communities for the following areas: visual, odors, groundwater.
So my question, I don't mean to interrupt you, Karen.
No, I was just going to point that out, that the EIR does allow opt-out areas to mitigate things that weren't considered in detail in the EIR earlier. Language.
Yes, thank you. You're referring to Chapter 2 of Volume 1 of the final EIR, which is included at the back of the staff report, I believe, Attachment C. Correct? Yes, okay. I will just highlight now that Impact 3.10-2 of the final EIR is the potential impact to result in groundwater supply impacts. It's potentially significant. There is a mitigation listed. Mitigation measure 3.10-2, conduct groundwater monitoring and adaptive management to get to less than significant impact. That is one of the mitigations that each operation needs to address in their Appendix C, in their environmental review, and that is the process that we're currently undertaking. It's a long mitigation here. I'm going to choose not to read it at the moment. I wish to just highlight that it is addressed in terms, and specifically in relation to cannabis operations.
And there is a way to measure that state and county?
Well, this is in reference to individual operations, and to be honest, the application of this mitigation, the way we are currently operating, is the responsibility of the county to monitor the activity of the cultivator, but the cultivator is the one that is providing us the data, the information of metering their well. There's so many different types of wells, and I will highlight that this is related to groundwater specifically. There's further mitigations that are related to surface water diversions, above and beyond, say, specifically what the Water Board of Fish and Wildlife would be considering. So not to get into too much details about the variety of different wells and what that monitoring data means, we're getting to an adaptive management strategy. Once we understand the use of water, then we can begin to address and potentially suggest an adaptive management structure of groundwater forbearance or some other method to capture rainwater or something else that would reduce the impacts to groundwater supply for an individual operation. And this, I will highlight, is something that was discussed during the certification of the EIR itself. With respect to the idea of wells throughout the county, yes, you know, the Division of Water Resources, the WDID, or otherwise, anyone who's drilling a well will have a well report that is coupled with the development of that well, showing the productivity of that well. That typically is only a one-time well production report at the time of drilling, and may or may not be updated in the future. Those databases, to be honest, are not exactly user-friendly and would be of limited value to try to paint that entire picture for the entire county.
Who report, is that a public agency or a private agency that reports that? Does the well report?
It is in part a state agency, and there are some state interfaces that you can look up individual locations, and even environmental health. The county, our county environmental health does monitor or otherwise permit the installation of wells. Yet the point I'm trying to make is that even if you drilled a well yesterday, it doesn't measure how well it's doing tomorrow. Sure. It's just a one-time, typically, it's just a one-time well report.
Can I ask a question about that? Sure, absolutely. So as I recall going over the EIR this last summer, when we were addressing water, there was responsibility to monitor the groundwater for farmers, because we're not talking about surface water, because surface water is not able to be used by farmers unless they have collected it in the winter time. All farmers are supposed to refrain from using any surface water. That's correct?
That is correct. It's called the forbearance period.
Right.
Essentially, that only winter flows can be used and stored, and no summer flows can be utilized.
Right. And so, you know, with regards to Reading Creek, there might be a tremendous amount of illegal activity going up there, but any licensed farms on Reading Creek, or any creek for that matter, are not allowed to use any surface water. But my question is with regards to the groundwater, and as I recall, and I don't have it in front of me, there was mitigations that were the responsibility to monitor the groundwater of the farm. And if there was any issue with the neighbors running low on water, there was responsibility on the farm to either to stop using that well or to address, to verify that their water is actually the same water as the water from the neighbor that's going dry. So there are mitigations. Are there not mitigations in place in the EIR?
That's functionally, well, yes, there are, and to your statement, yes, functionally you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any other public comment in regards to this?
My name is Patrick McNamara. We own a farm in Lewiston on Coffin Road. To talk about the water usage, we have a meter on from our well to our tanks that records every gallon we use. And to speak on the environmental impacts on the water and the usage, we have water rights to use. We have millions of gallons that we could use. We don't use any from the creek, from Grass Valley Creek, and we use it all from our well. But the vineyard down the road, or right across the creek, actually just pulls straight from the creek. And they pull millions of gallons every year, and there's no concern or anything about that. There's no concern about what they spray on their plants. We have very strict guidelines that we have to follow with what we spray and with the water that we use. And there is no guideline or nothing that they have to follow across the river. And when we bought this business, we bought it less than a year ago. When you purchase a business, you don't, with every license that you need to grow and to continue to grow, you don't expect it to be turned against you and used by the opposition to shut you down. We expect to operate there just like we did when we bought the property and to continue operating there until we sell the property. And it's not fair or right to take that from anyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think at this time I'm going to close public comments.
I'd like to comment, please.
Okay, real quick.
Thank you, Chair. John Brower from Junction City, and specific to this discussion item number 1, the two questions at the end are, does the Planning Commission agree these considerations are relevant, and are there other area-specific considerations? And I encourage you to answer no to those questions. I think each of these items are well addressed within the state program, the state water board, Fish and Wildlife, all requirements to submit a county application, and especially in the county EIR. It's a thick document. You should try reading it, and it gets into each, these issues in detail. As far as the safety, crime, nuisance, compliance history, and/or illegal activity, the statement of overriding considerations, the very last page of the EIR, spells out crystal clear that the county program, as approved, is the very best means of addressing those issues. And I really think that I agree with Commissioner Sharp that the statement he said earlier that the first 3 opt-out zones were instituted for only one reason, and that was enough neighbors got together and said, even though everyone wants, these people are going to have to follow the rules, we still don't want it here. And I'm not contrary to the concept of opt-out zones, but they must be fair. And moving the goalpost is not fair. And giving one business a separate set of rules than another is not fair. So I think, especially at this time, I would encourage the Commission to respond no to both of those questions, and also to prioritize the county standing up the licensing side of this program immediately, or none of these opt-out zones are worth the paper they're written on without the enforcement of those opt-out zones that comes from the county program licensing fees. And there's no neighborhood in the county that can say, we want the benefits of this program, but we are unwilling to shoulder any of the responsibilities. That's why it's important to have a grandfathering period and say that folks that are licensed on the date of an opt-out zone, well, their businesses, they're there, leave them alone as long as they're compliant, right? And anything other than that is just not fair.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John. All right, I'm going to close public comment at this time, bring it back to the commission for discussion, and then this will be our last topic for tonight, and we will bring the rest back.
Okay, so for comments, I did read, section 2.1.1 of the EIR, and it does point out in the environmental analysis that opt-out areas provide opportunities to reduce some of the environmental impacts. So I think the EIR does recognize that, they are a valid kind of zoning tool that can address the general, kind of concepts that were countywide considered. This gives us the ability to drill down to, geographic areas. So I do support the considerations that were listed. I personally would like to see public input, population size, or density added as a criteria. I would also like to see kind of the economic basis or drivers, potentially spelled out or clarified under community character concerns. I agree with Adrian Keyes that the mapping was kind of loose for the first go-round. They were looking for easily mapped kind of boundaries. And so to be fair, I think if you have, these are the ways that someone could propose to add an opt-out, you should have another mechanism that says, I'd like to change the boundaries of an existing opt-out area. I mean, it just seems fair to me. And people in my district are going to kick me for it, but I just think it's fair. That's my 2 cents.
Duncan?
Yes, this is a question for County Council. There's Attorney Glenn Hansen, also Tom Belanco and Liz McIntosh mentioned the legality of these carve-outs, and as well as the changing of the countywide CEQA based on removing swaths of area out of that. So I guess the first question is not using zoning or the general plan as the template for these opt-outs. Does it have solid legal foundations?
I would have to take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could jump in there, please, and
please do.
If you don't mind. With Abbott and Kinderman, who I believe I'm signing up for a conference with them soon. It's somewhat intimidating, but regardless of Mr. Hansen's points are well taken. However, I respectfully disagree. We have known in the development of this EIR that potential ordinance amendments in the future could trigger the need to reanalyze our EIR. We have known that from the beginning, and that was one of the reasons that we included Chapter 2 of the final EIR. That being said, the opt-out itself, I don't believe, would require a significant reanalysis that would go beyond essentially a letter to the file or an amendment to the EIR, rather than having to go through a subsequent process of reanalysis with all the required public noticing and everything. I will say briefly that the EIR covered the entire county. So by instituting an opt-out that was not included in the original ordinance, still leaves the remainder of the county as available for cannabis operations. Therefore, it's not one that would require significant analysis. And so I respectfully disagree on that point.
Okay.
With respect to other potential liabilities, yeah, that I can't speak to now.
Right. So removing 5,000 acres, or no, it's roughly 3,000 acres in this one out of 500,000 of private land is, yes, less than 1% of it. That would not spark a need to readdress. A 1% change would not change the average impacts.
That is my understanding of this.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Also, John Brower brought up a point with regards to enforcement. And my understanding is that over the last number of years, my numbers aren't precise, but what I've been told is something like last year, $600,000 came out of the cannabis permitting program and went to enforcement. And that has been done for the last number of years. And so the enforcement of illegal farms has been funded by the legal farms. And so if there wants to be whole communities that want to opt out of participation of the program, should they bear the benefits of the enforcement that the rest of the county bears by allowing cultivation in their community?
That was actually going to be one of my questions.
Please keep the comments down in the audience.
If an area or a district opts out, are they eligible for that? I think it's 2.5%. Is that what they get, or 2%? From there's a figure. So if you opt out, are you then in turn ineligible for any funding in relation to generated revenue from cannabis farms?
I believe funding goes to the county coffer. It isn't subject to how it's dispersed, is it? I mean,
I would just highlight this, and this is by no means a solid answer, but our sheriff, of course, is an elected official, and where the supervisors do have some oversight over budgets, perhaps. I don't know that that would be a successful avenue, honestly, but it could be, of course, discussed as you wish.
So I mentioned that because when I went and visited the farm on Grass Valley Creek with DeSanto, at the meeting prior to me visiting, there was concern about growing year-round and smell year-round, but when I visited the farm, there was no greenhouses, there was no infrastructure for year-round. However, there were illegal farms behind him that did have greenhouses, that did have illegal activity going on year-round. And so these licensed farms are having to bear the brunt of the impacts of the unlicensed farms. And so, you know, like the government is, the local enforcement is not enforcing on the illegal farms, but putting tremendous amount of pressure on the legal farms. So that's just, you know, in a sense, is having your cake and eating it too. You don't want weed and you want all the enforcement.
is the number you quoted, 600,000, is that correct? For enforcement?
I can't speak to that now. I do believe that is in any budget reports out, of course, for any fiscal year coming up soon in June.
And that's per year?
I cannot speak to those numbers, honestly. I do not.
Gotcha, so that's not enough.
And then also, with regards to the considerations being relevant, I mean, we have battled, or we have discussed thoroughly the EIR, and our CEQA has been, I think the terminology is ratified, but we have not had the time to allow these farms to actually get into compliance, to fully go through the process of the Appendix C. And so possibly all these mitigations will be addressed in that Appendix C. Possibly not. The way that it was written, the intent was to address all of these. So the answer, is it relevant? I don't believe it is relevant until the farmers that do actually make it through, because the standards are so high. Out of the 12 farms that are in this licensing program, I'm estimating, or that are in the carve-out, that are in the licensing program, I'm anticipating a percentage of them will make it through. And so out of that percentage, how much impact will be mitigated from the EIR? And we won't know until we allow that to process through. So I would say that these are not relevant because the EIR mitigates these measures.
I wish to add something to the discussion. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but just please keep in mind in terms of CEQA and the purview or purpose of CEQA is one to analyze environmental impacts. So if a number of these considerations that you're speaking to here are environmental impacts, and I agree with the statement just made by the Commissioner. However, I do want to point out that it is not within the realm of CEQA to analyze social or economic even illegal activities. It doesn't really monitor those or analyze those, I can say. Those can become a part of the regulatory setting or the community plan that is considered by the EIR if there is some notion of baseline and perhaps illegal activities as a component of baseline. But CEQA documents in general are limited where they do not look at social economic impacts, where we are discussing some of that now. So I'm just trying to make the point that the EIR will not address all of these bullet points.
That's a good point. Thank you for that clarity. But with regards to
agree with that then?
Well, with regards to the social inputs, like such as crime, the crime is in the department of the sheriff. That is in the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department. So if there is a farmer that is licensed, that is legal on every factor, but there is illegal activity in the community, why should that particular farmer bear the responsibility of the illegal actions going on?
I think they would be considering that it would be him being doing illegal activity if
Well,
they're taking it into consideration.
If that's the case, then that is, and if Commissioner Sharp is correct, then that is not a reason for an opt-out, that's a reason to remove the license from the farmer. But if there is illegal activities such as surrounding the legal farms and pretty much every license, okay, I'm not going to say every license. Oftentimes, there's licenses that come before us, and there is a legal farm that we are addressing, and there is illegal farms all around it, right? This person is trying to play by the rules while these people are not. And so this person should not, this farmer should not be held responsible for the illegal activities on other parcels.
No, still, yeah. I
So
agree.
is the bottom line that you're saying you don't think there should be the option to have new opt-out areas?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just saying that the considerations that are listed are, have a lot of holes in them.
Okay.
That are flawed,
Yeah.
yes. No, I am in full support of the ability for a community to have an opt-out zone. I recognize that there are different cultural and economic drivers, right? But then with regards to the ability for an existing farm to continue, these mitigation, these factors are mitigated by the Sheriff's Department, by the EIR, by the state and different local regulatory agencies. So I would need different reasons
To create an opt-out area?
The reasons that you mentioned, which is the economic drivers, density of a population. We can't use zoning, but that would have been a really good one. We tried. Those are good, but the ones that are set forth, I don't agree with.
So, I kind of want to touch on enforcement as well, because in my opinion, that's the 100-pound elephant in our county. How do you...
Small elephant.
$1,000,000-pound elephant? Huge elephant. And it seemed to be, honestly, when we went to the Planning Commission meeting in Humboldt, that was the #1 complaint from farmers, was no enforcement. How do you... I'm an electrical contractor. I couldn't do what I do, literally, period. I'd be out of business tomorrow if the DIR and the Contractor State License Board wouldn't throw people in jail for doing what I do. And that's reality, even at a contractor level. So when we talk about opt-outs and what's right and what's wrong, and people behind the license guy doing the right thing is making it bad for everybody, what is the county doing when you're having these workshops, discussions, to address that with the sheriff. You know, and that's the one thing that I got when we met with Humboldt, is that their sheriff's department and their planning department worked hand and foot together through their whole system. There wasn't these two entities. And when we had our meeting over there, which was all about cannabis for the whole state, their sheriff showed up, their planning director showed up, and they spoke to their cannabis, and they worked together. And they have the same issues we have, but they have a viable plan that works together, and they can answer that plan together in lockstep. I don't see that in our county. I see two different agencies, one not communicating with another, and I see a huge lack of enforcement. You know, some people have talked and touched about fear related to cannabis. And I don't think fear with licensed grower is what people that are experiencing fear related to cannabis is what they're talking about. I think they're talking about the 6,000 bad actors that preside in our county growing marijuana. And if there is no enforcement and there's no active plan for it at the planning level in developing an industry, so if you want an industry, that has to be part of it, is how do we make it sustainable? Well, enforcement is what makes every industry sustainable. Without it, everybody would do what everybody does without any regulation.
So what you're saying is, where there's crime, you want to have more licensed farms.
I want to, where there's crime, I want to see enforcement.
And the enforcement is funded by licensed farms. And so by putting a licensed farm in a community where there is illegal activities, it brings a spotlight onto that area, and it brings funding to that area.
Agreed. No, it is agreed. There's, you know, the county, you know, how it's ran this and managed it for the last 5 years is sad. And it, you know, and it should be noted to all folks that every county in our state is experiencing the exact same thing we are. We are not unique. Most counties in our state have decided to take a back seat and watch us stumble until we get it right, and then they're going to pick it up. And that is what I think we can all agree on we got out of that planning commission meeting, was those same comments, was that this is not an easy lift for anybody. And nobody is really getting it right, but it would seem to get it right that we would need some kind of conversation and plan forward to address enforcement, address real fears. And maybe that comes at the opt-out level. I don't know, but it's definitely a huge issue. You can't have an industry without enforcement.
I think the Sheriff's Department is doing the best job they can with the resources they can.
Agreed.
And the program is also providing as much resources as may be considered appropriate. And there's grants coming through, but we are a large county, and it's a problem that is out of control.
So
right?
it is. Well, and I'll tell you how out of control it is. I recently pulled the Sheriff's Department to do a 5-year look back at violent crime in Trinity County and what, if any, relation violent crime had to cannabis.
Or legal cannabis or illegal?
Just
or just
cannabis in general.
You just put illegal and legal all in the same
Just
category?
said cannabis.
Okay.
Just blanket question, can you pull me the records last 5 years for violent crime in Trinity County that had to do with cannabis? Was cannabis involved? His report came back that 70% of all violent crime, this is murder, rape, armed robbery, violent crime, human trafficking, these were all on his list. 70% of all of those on his list were directly related to cannabis operations. Legal, illegal, didn't ask that question, and that isn't the point. The point is...
That's not the point. There's no point between illegal...
No.
There's no difference between the cartels
let
and
me
the licensed
finish.
farms.
No, don't get me wrong here.
There's a very big distinction. And
If I can finish my sentence, maybe I can give it, so if you'll allow me. Okay, the point here isn't that illegal or legal farms are creating this. The point is that without enforcement, we will absolutely bring crime, and we will bring a sense to the rest of the population that the entire industry is this. So if one industry creates 70% of your violent crime, there's no industry that can claim that, period. okay? Whether it's legal or illegal, it can't claim that.
Illegal farms
And,
compared to 200.
excuse me, we're having a discussion up here. Please hold your comments, thanks. So, my point to that is, if we don't address enforcement, how can we have a community that, for one, invites cannabis and says we want it because it's adding to us, and how do we designate, hey, this guy's a good guy from that guy's a bad guy? Because there's no sign on the wall that says, hey, I'm a licensed operator and I'm doing what I'm supposed to. I hear what you're saying, but
I'll agree. Enforcement is a challenge. Enforcement needs to be addressed. I think everybody in the audience recognizes that enforcement is critical.
I'm actually not, yeah, I'm just.
Do we want to get back to providing comments to the consultant on
Exactly.
area-specific criteria?
So my comment was, I would like, for area-specific considerations, is to look at enforcement and what aspect that has in creating a usable or non-usable area.
I'm not really following that question.
Well, I had to come up with something.
Okay. I have a question with regards to water. There have been people in the Grass Valley Creek area in particular that have real serious concerns about water consumption of the farms, the 3 farms in that area. None of them can draw surface water, but yet, and each one of them has a 1/4 acre farm, but yet the largest voice is the winery that consumes tremendous amounts of water. And so if we're holding cannabis farmers to these standards, are we also holding the wineries to these standards? And why is a winery allowed to take water out of a creek in the middle of a drought?
Surface water.
That is surface water, while farmers cannot. And should that be taken into consideration when someone speaks about water concerns and that person draws 10 times more than all of the farmers in that area combined? Should that be taken into consideration?
It's not the farmers in that area, it's the county.
It's a lot of water.
It's a lot of water.
It's a lot of water.
And it's surface water.
Yeah.
And the 2 gentlemen that spoke very eloquently from Coffin Road, not one drop of water comes from the creek. They have at their own expense sunk the wells are metered, and if I'm not mistaken, let me see if I can pull it up. The wells are regulated whether they're a brand new sunk well or one that is there and existing. They all have to be metered and everything has to show. Again, it's another example of people trying to do the right thing and then being lumped into an opt-out area that essentially is eminent domain. That we're seizing this swath of land that it seems to be complaint driven, where people will now put these red lines and show, oh, you're now in an opt-out area. So that person who was previously not in an opt-out area spent all this money, all this infrastructure, and because of his neighbors and his complaints, his property is now devalued to nothing. And all that time, that guy hasn't taken one drop of water, providing good paying jobs, completed the CEQA, basically jumped through all of the hoops. You know, and Mr. Sharp said, as far as bringing a sign in or attracting new diversity here in our community, there is no one that could say Trinity has attracted anyone, in my opinion. They have made the standards impossible to reach, and anyone that is trying to do it legally, as I keep repeating at every meeting, the goalposts keep getting moved further and further, in my opinion.
So the water quality and quantity is just having it be there as a list is, as we can see, it's flawed, right? And the water quality, as a prior cultivator who had to jump through the hoops with the water board, I knew the the amount of mitigations to keep my water clean. The water board regulates water discharge, right? So farms that are signed up with the water board should have absolutely no discharge. If they have discharge, then it needs to be mitigated. And there's regulations for that. So water quality of licensed farms as a reason for opt-out zones it seems flawed. As well as water quantity. With the water quantity, there's many farms that have ponds that they fill up in the winter. Most farms, they either have ponds, they have water storage, or they have deep wells that are regulated by the county, DFW, and Fish and Wildlife. And so I just need more information than just water quality and water quantity to be a reason as an opt-out zone.
That's a good point.
Can I ask you something? From being from Southern Trinity, this last year was a little bit different than years past, and it goes back to the law enforcement as well. This last fall, it ended up that law enforcement busted many illegal grows. In fact, most of Southern Trinity, to my knowledge, is illegal grows. I don't know. I only know of a handful that are truly legal, especially right there in the Ruth vicinity. And I'll say this, as I was sharing with Rory during the break, it's like there's a Hmong couple who's I didn't know them before our fires out there, but it was like they're a fabulous couple, and they're legal growers, and the hoops they've had to jump through is just amazing. In fact, they come over to my house fairly regularly. In fact, she taught my wife and sister-in-law how to make spring rolls and stuff like that, and they're fabulous. But the thing is like trying to stay on focus of what I'm talking about here is that the hoops that they've had to jump through, and I know a little bit of the stuff from dealing with the thing, and I keep hearing the word, everybody uses the word fair. This is fair, this is fair. Well, fair is a pretty sorry word. I want what's just. Just is a better word. Because it's like, oh, fair is like, I'll tell you something. It's like, well, if you have kids, somebody will come up and say, oh, that's not fair, that's not fair. Well, I hate to tell you, life's not fair. But what's just? What's just? And we have people like my friends, New and Kurt, that have had to jump through the things, and it's like, if we change things on them and everybody else who's legal in these opt-out zones, it's like, okay, if say a community, I'm for opt-out zones. If there's a community that wants to have an opt-out zone, fine. If that's what the community wants, you know what, we live in a democracy, or we're supposed to. It's like we can vote that in. It's like, okay, great, let's do that. But we want to be just with the people who are already there. It's not fair to rip someone's legs out from under them because, oh, that's not just. What's just is like, if somebody's there, they've walked by the rules, they jumped through the hoops, and they're in the process, well, okay, you're in. And it's like, and we're not going to change the rules on you in the meantime. We're not going to change the rules on you 10 years down the road. It's like, no, we're going to be just about the thing because this is what is right. I care less what's fair. This is what's right. We want to do what's right by our citizens. And it's like, that's the burden on my heart. It's like, what's right? It was like, if people have gone through, do I agree 100% with the cannabis? I'll tell you something. When Bill was talking about the crime and stuff like that, I know that that's true. I can tell you stories in Ruth where people have been killed. I can tell you stories where their doors have been kicked in and stuff like that. Granted, most of them are probably on the illegal side, if you want the truth to be known. And it was like, well, someone made the comment to me, they're like, boy, all this crime going on. I said, well, it was my neighbor, in fact. He was growing and he made the comment, he's like, Todd, terrible thing happened. I said, really, what's that? He says, I got busted, somebody busted into my place, stole $250,000 of processed pot. I said, that's terrible. I said, did you know I'm not concerned? He says, why is that? I said, because in my house, I don't have a 4 million pounds of processed pot. And it was like, what I got, they're not interested in. They're not after my shovel. It was like, but the thing is, I want what is fair for our people. Just, thank you. I want what's just for the people. I want us to be just, because it's like, I'm tired of things not being just for our citizens. That starts at the federal level, state level, county level. I want what's just. And it was like, and if we have these opt-out zones and somebody's been there since when they began, or even if they got in there tomorrow and somebody throws up a thing in Southern Trinity, we're expanding the opt-out zone around Ruth, and they got in by the skin of their teeth on the time limit. Well, guess what? The just thing is they're in. That's what's just. That's my opinion. And it was like, and you know what? And honestly, it's like we got a lot of these illegal grows. And it was like there's algae blooms in the Mad River, and I've lived there my entire life growing up in the things, and it was like, and because of, I'm sure it's because of a humongous grow upriver, where it's like, and I'm talking about humongous that's not legal. And it was like, and guess what? And then the fires made the algae blooms a million times worse. We couldn't even swim in it part of the year, and it was terrible, even in the lake. And it was like, that's, but if we have the rules, it's like we don't need more rules. Let's just enforce what we got. Let's enforce. If we got good rules and we got our environmental impact report and all that kind of stuff, and it lays it out for us, why add more? It's like, for crying out loud, it's like the government puts so much more garbage upon us anyhow. If we just abide by what we got, we'll be in good shape.
No, you're right. So, you know, and what you emphasize is that, and what you've emphasized, Commissioner Sharp, is that there are some people that do not differentiate legal from legal. And there's people that then there's others that differentiate legal from illegal. And that really needs to be established, that we're not talking about illegal farms. We're not talking about crime. We're not talking about illegal activity when we're talking about licensed farms. We're here to, as a community or as a county, to encourage regulated business. And so that really, we need to stop talking about the illegal activity while we're talking about the legal ordinances, because it's apples to oranges.
I agree. It's
well, the fact is, though, is you can't have one without the other. You'll never have a legal pot industry without enforcement. It's not possible.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
You'll never have a legal industry until you have some kind of regulation and enforcement. There's no industry that exists on the planet that doesn't have that. It's not possible.
Program done. So if I could jump in here, and I apologize, just from my own perspective, I'm just speaking from staff. I was noticing that we're speaking of enforcement, which is absolutely a critical issue, one that has been discussed before. I do wish to make the point it feels slightly far afield in terms of the area considerations, other than the note that I have taken as a factor to be considered. A request from staff, and again, only speaking for myself, is that if we're looking at the wrap-up of how staff can take these comments and then use those, and how we can agendize another meeting in the future. You can, again, reiterate, I believe this was the last item to hear tonight.
It is, and I'd like to give, I'm sorry. Heidi, thank you, Heidi. A minute to summarize and prepare us for the next meeting. So if there's nothing else from the...
Before, could I just add one more aspect?
Okay.
And I promise I'll make it quick. One more characteristic of the list of areas as specific considerations. Land use compatibility and or community character. So the land use compatibility is already addressed in our ordinance, right? And so that is something that is also flawed as a reason for that. Community character, I think that can be addressed in the community plans that were established, but it is subjective. because economies evolve over time, right? I grew up in a bustling logging town in Burt Ranch, and it was loud. There was the sound of the mill, the bulldozers, the backup beepers, the smell of diesel and chainsaws. And then when it closed, then it was silent, and all the families moved away, and retired people moved in, and they loved the silence. But things change. There is industries come, industries go, right? And so that also needs to be taken into consideration with regards to the community character of concern.
I would disagree a little, just based on the fact that the community plans are so old. I was reading the one for Lewiston when I was, preparing to kind of do my homework on the Lewiston opt-out area, and they don't, the community plans don't envision a cannabis industry at all. So the community plans don't reflect how the community, feels about cannabis at all. So until they're updated, it seems like there's still should be some consideration of the community character. That would be my.
I would agree with that as well.
And also a thought along those lines, I don't even know if there's a community in Southern Trinity that even has a plan.
Right.
And it was like, that's just the reality of it. It was like.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't really have, that's a lot of our problem, as folks have mentioned. We don't have zoning, we don't have a general plan, and we're trying to create a new industry that nobody's ever done.
It's actually been here for about 50 years.
Yeah. Well, 50 years ago, I was here 50 years ago. And
I was not.
Well, okay, that is a lie. I was here 43 years ago. So, cannabis was in the mountains. It was in, there was all these guys that you never saw, you heard about, but you seen a helicopter fly over once in a while to the mill to burn it. But it wasn't impacts on communities and people. So this is crazy waters.
Let's wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up. So Heidi, would you like to summarize for us and
our two discussion items? How far did we get?
Absolutely. Starting with the variance discussion, which was discussion item number 6, and the two questions. One question was, should current or potential licensees in the opt-out areas be able to receive a variance? I think the point was made that potential should drop off of that question, and so the question then becomes, should current licensees in the opt-out areas be able to receive a variance? And the impression that I got from the majority of the Planning Commission was yes. The second question was, should variances be annual approvals through the Planning Commission? And again, the impression I got from the majority of the commission was yes. On the second question, which we're just finishing on now, which is discussion item 1, area-specific considerations. The first question, does the Planning Commission agree these considerations are relevant? And I'm hearing a variety of responses there that some of these may not be, so let me circle back around to that. Would you be able to put up slide 8? Or is that? Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. So on that list of items, the first 3 were clear, substantiated, consistent criteria, unique to the area under consideration, and consideration of social equity outcomes. I believe there was a comfort level with those 3. And then when you got to the next set of criteria, which was more of the environmental based, so water quality, unique topography, infrastructure, safety, crime, nuisance, land use. My impression on all of those was no, that was not relevant. And substituted for it was 4 considerations: population, public input, density, and economic considerations. Did I capture that?
My understanding was that there was not a consensus on water quality and water quality concerns, that it seemed like the commissioners felt that might have been addressed through mitigation in the EIR. I didn't hear objections to the unique topography, the infrastructure, land use compatibility and community character concerns.
I'm in agreement with that. I think all of those were relevant.
So water quality was a question mark, or possibly no. And
No, yes.
Who's speaking?
Lisa H., a 50-year landowner in the Bucktail subdivision in Lewiston, opt out.
I have no host.
So again, I'll just jump in here. We cannot control muting or video currently on the Zoom connection, so.
I know, but I need to remind you that water quality is a clear concern.
Can you please hold your comments, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you mute your sound, please?
She just unmutes herself sometimes.
just saying, water quality as a question mark, and were you saying you saw land use compatibility as a question mark, but the others stayed on the list?
Yes.
And would the rest of the commission be in agreement with that summary?
I would be.
Yeah, the economic basis, is that
And then
under community concerns?
Well, so I actually wrote them out separately.
Okay.
Before that I heard, which was population, public input, density, and economic considerations.
But then you're adding, so I'm saying water quality, water quantity concerns was a question mark.
Yes.
And land use compatibility was a question mark because it seems like those are addressed in the current ordinance and the mitigation measures, I'm thinking. But unique topography, infrastructure, the safety, I don't know about the safety crime.
So it did seem like the safety, crime, nuisance, compliance history, we had a lot of discussion about enforcement, but I believe my takeaway in the end was that the relationship between that and the licensed operators was such that that wouldn't be, in your minds, an appropriate criteria for an opt-out. Did I understand that correctly?
That was my interpretation.
And for others?
Yes.
I'm mixed on that, mostly because, again, I don't know how you define a legal operator against the illegal one for the common person. Just, and again, I understand everybody's belief, but right down the road, know what's cannabis.
I have a problem with that because.
Someone grows pot just by looking at it.
What does it matter if somebody driving by knows if it's legal or not? This is about legal versus illegal.
Yeah, no, we're talking about people in opt-out areas and if they have a right, or you want to consider enforcement part of that.
But you can't just put all crime down to cannabis. It's like.
I'm not saying that.
That's what everyone is saying.
It's just a consideration.
It sounds like that's what you're saying. You are not distinguishing.
What were you speaking of when you put this in here?
It was in the EIR.
It's in the EIR already.
Well, it was in the EIR where they listed factors that could be considered, and one of the things they said was safety, illegal cannabis operations. So I'm assuming that's where that thought process came from as far as why it was on the list.
So your commission could do a straw poll to see if there's consensus on the others besides those three. And then you could do a second straw poll to see what the consensus was on those three. And that might give a little bit more clarity.
Okay. So let's do a straw poll on safety, crime, nuisance, compliance history, and or illegal activity. Those who think that's relevant, say aye. So all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Nay, or aye.
Aye. Opposed.
And we got two more takers. So,
I'm okay with deleting it.
okay, so that's three, so we can remove that. Okay, and then what on the other one?
Water quality might be one.
Okay, all in favor of water quality concerns being addressed in this report.
Being a reason for opt-out zones.
Right.
Correct. All in favor of that, say aye.
And that's because, but doesn't the sequel we're discussing takes care of that?
And the water board order.
But yeah,
Kind of.
Discussion's over. Let's take the vote.
Yeah. All in favor of water quality being considered? All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
okay with me.
All abstain. So you can remove that one.
And then I think perhaps the other one was the land use compatibility and community character.
Well, I think they're two separate things.
Yes.
Split them out.
Yeah.
Yeah. The land use compatibility, I mean, the ordinance does look at zoning, you know, even though a lot of our zoning is still to be born. But, so I think the conclusion was land use compatibility was kind of addressed in the original ordinance.
So that should be struck, but community character should be included in the specific considerations.
So that would be to strike land use compatibility but keep community character. Would you like to do a straw poll on that, or is there consensus?
I think there's a consensus.
Consensus, all right, terrific. And I think we've answered both those questions then.
And then, so I think you could combine public input, population size, or maybe public input separate, but population size and density is kind of same thing.
And you had earlier voiced as well, perhaps combining community character with economic considerations. Is that still
the basis? Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
So with regards to infrastructure, I know it's getting late, but we didn't really discuss the infrastructure, road conditions, capacity, utilities, surface constraints. And you know, in Junction City, there are service constraints with regards to electricity, but it is being upgraded, right there. And so that there is ways to mitigate the service constraints. With regards to roads, I live in an area that's rural residential, and there was a gravel pit that was bringing in, I think it was hundreds of trucks of gravel, of rock, for 24 hours a day on our rural residential roads. I think they had a CEQA document that addressed the impacts, where the staff mitigated those issues, and it was allowed to operate under certain mitigations. Cannabis farmers, for their driveways, need to also have mitigations for this, and it's addressed in their CEQA document. And so road conditions, you know, our roads were built for the logging industry, right? Like, let's say going through Lewiston, right, there's logging trucks going back and
I'm going to disagree with that, because what you're talking about and there's a lot of examples of this where you have cannabis farms and just populations. Most of the roads that lead to cannabis farms, because of the nature that they had to have a house on them, are residential roads, not logging roads. And these roads were developed by the county planning department with certain fire restrictions, just like the variance we heard 2 weeks ago. These are all developed by the planning department based on occupancy. So there's a guy building a house, he's going to have a couple people, not on a commercial enterprise.
And I'm not talking about a logging road, I'm talking about a county road that leads to Forest Service lands that has been logged for the last 50 years. That is, it's not a logging road per se, but it's a county road that has been engineered to take heavy truck semi-equipment.
What if it's just a residential area? It's a road that goes through a residential area.
And there's tons of them.
And so that residential area says, you know, I don't want commercial traffic going on through this residential area. So that's part of the justification for my request for an opt-out.
Right.
I could see that there would be residential neighborhoods that would, because that's the complaints I get, is, you know, it's a residential neighborhood and they're bringing in their trucks with their, raw materials and all that kind of stuff. And so I could see where people would say, I'd like to petition. It may not be the sole justification, but it might be part of the rationale for why they want to request to be an opt-out area.
I think it's legitimate. So can we agree on that one?
I mean, it can be considered. I mean, there's a lot to consider with that, but if that is one of the reasons they want to, they would like to use for an opt-out zone, that could be taken into consideration.
So, on that?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, we have consensus on that one. I think that's it.
I think we need you to continue the workshop to a date and time certain.
Yep.
And the recommendation was, is it March 10th?
Yes.
March 10th at 6:00 p.m.
So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to move this meeting to the March 10th meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah.
So before you all leave, I just...
Yeah, we've got to finish up here.
Second. So,
Yes. Indicate the time and date would be helpful.
Time and date.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got to finish up. So we've got to do a director's report here, and then we'll close the meeting.
But you need a time and date for our next meeting?
Continuous.
Oh, well, I make a motion that we continue this on March 10th at 6 p.m.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a motion and a second, so we just.
Who was the second?
Carol.
me.
Carol. Thank you.
Gonna do a roll call?
Aye.
All in favor?
Do we need a roll call?
No.
No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Okay, so to close out tonight, we need to do a director's report.
So, yeah, thank you. I apologize to people who asked about my kind of information gathering earlier. Obviously, had to leave earlier. But I just wanted to say, I get requests for people to, provide input to me. I'm new, I'm learning, I'm kind of trying to hear everyone's perspective and figure out what their concerns are, their questions. So I've asked people to send me an email request through the county email, and I get those. And then I tell them, each one that wants to provide input to me, I tell them, I'm learning, I'm gathering information, I am not committing to any particular course of action, and I'm following the Brown Act. And I talked to staff before I had a meeting with the group in Lewiston, and I let them know I was asked to meet with them, and they said just make sure that you make it clear to them that you're just listening, and that you report out at the Planning Commission meeting during the director's reports. So that's what I'm doing. I talked to the group in Lewiston. I've talked to the Trinity County Agricultural Alliance to hear what TCAA, to hear what their concerns and questions are. And I am totally willing to have anybody who emails me and says, I want my group to talk to you or whatever. I'm totally willing to listen. I just want to make that clear. I've said that all along. I'm trying my best, sorry Todd, to be fair. But mostly, just to listen to everybody's concerns and make sure, I'm hearing all those different perspectives. So I just want to make that response to the people who thought for some reason that it wasn't a private meeting. You can read the email where I told the people that if someone else wanted to come into the meeting, they were perfectly welcome. So I try to get that kind of stuff in writing. So anyway, email me, and I'm a listener. Thank you.
Commissioner, can you share the name of the group? Can you share the name of the group in Lewiston?
Yeah, it was the two opt-out communities, Lewiston Expansion and Rush Creek, and I was just trying to get the history of you know, the urgency ordinances and what their original kind of impetus was to request the opt-out. So I'm just trying to get myself up to speed on those two urgency ordinance areas.
Perfect, thank you for sharing. Any of the other commissioners have any reports?
No.
Okay. Good. Okay, if there's nothing else, planning director? Nothing? Okay. Well, with that, I am motion that we adjourn this meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, wasn't the longest one on record? It was not.
It wasn't.
No, we did. We did a long one.